Where'd she go?
I should be.
Thank you. Alex just.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to get ready to start the meeting. This is a special meeting for appeals. Roll call, please.
Before I call roll, there are no printed agendas. So if you want to see an agenda or the materials, it's on the city's website. That's on me. Vallejo is Appeal A, Chiquita is Appeal B, and Coast Highway is Appeal C. Okay, now roll call. Councilmember Kim?
Here.
Councilmember Renagi?
Here.
Councilmember Whalen?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
Here.
Mayor Orgill?
Here. Okay, the first appeal is Appeal A, and it is 31526 Vallejo Road. Are there any ex parte announcements from any of the council?
I spoke to Ann Christoph, and I also had a brief call with Steve Kawaratani.
I talked to Ann Christoph. I don't think I talked to anybody else.
I spoke with Ann Christoph, Kathy Yurka, and Steve Koratani.
I spoke with Ann Christoph and Catherine Yurka.
I spoke briefly with Steve Quartani and had a brief exchange with Kathy Yurka.
Okay, thank you. So I will open the public hearing and ask for a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Orgill and City Council members. I'm Heather Stephen with the Community Development Department. This item is an appeal of Design Review Board's approval
Heather,
of-
we can't hear you really well.
Sorry. This item is an appeal of the Design Review Board's approval of Design Review 24-0658 and Coastal Development Permit 24-0657. The 14,071 square foot subject property is located at 31526 Vallejo Road in the R1 zone. It's developed with an existing 1,276 square foot single-family dwelling and a detached garage, which is accessed from Vallejo Road via a private road easement. The site slopes downward at the rear of the property with a small area mapped in with a watercourse setback. The site does not contain significant natural features and no work is proposed within the watercourse area. Surrounding properties to the east, south, and west are developed with single-family residences. The Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park is northwest of the property. The proposed revised project consists of demolition of the existing.
Try, we had a problem with one of the microphones last night. I don't know which one it was, Heather, but
This one.
was it that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do this.
Well, maybe it's a speaker issue. There might be a speaker issue.
Okay. The proposed revised project consists of demolition of the existing structures on the site and construction of a 3,011 square foot, two-story single-family dwelling, attached two-car garage, a third uncovered parking space, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, and landscaping. The adjacent residences are indicated on this plan with gray shading. These renderings show the design of the revised project that was approved by the Design Review Board. For some background, the project was first heard on July 11th, 2024. With the applicant's consent, the Design Review Board continued the project to September 26, 2024 to incorporate design direction. On September 19th, the city received a letter from Ann Christoph suggesting that the property may have historical significance. As a result, On the September 26, 2024, staff requested a continuance to November 14th to allow for further evaluation of the property. At the November 14th hearing, the project was continued to December 12th, and at that hearing, at the applicant's request, the project was tabled. In response to the public comments about the historicity of the site, several reports were prepared to evaluate the subject property for potential historic significance and eligibility for listing on the National Register of Historic Places and/or California Register of Historical Resources, and whether the property was a historic resource under the California Environmental Quality Act. The September 25th, 2025, the board approved the project by a vote of 4-1 with one additional condition and found the project was not a historic resource pursuant to CEQA. Appeals were filed on October 6th and October 8th, 2025. Additional historic assessments were prepared since the DRB hearing. I'll be discussing these historic assessments in further detail in a moment. Again, on July 11th, 2024, the board expressed concerns with the original project related to privacy due to proposed windows and decking. The board requested modifications, including reorienting the house, reducing the appearance of mass, and providing further articulation using materials and landscaping to provide proposed height and width of proposed landscaping and utilize opaque glass to address privacy concerns, and also to adjust decks to respond to privacy concerns. On September 25th, 2025, the board reviewed the revised project. The applicant had revised the project design by rotating the structure, reducing the size of the structure, providing frosted privacy glass, removing a deck and balcony, adding colors and materials to all elevations, and proposing additional landscaping. Neighbors raised concerns related to the design of the project, including privacy and view concerns. Additional public concerns were raised regarding the historicity of the project and conflicting conclusions in the various historic assessment reports. After deliberation, the board voted 4-0 with board member Bauta dissenting to conditionally approve the project, determining the existing structures and property are not a historic resource and finding the project exempt pursuant to CEQA section 15303. The property is located on the remaining portion of an original 40-acre land grant. The land was granted to William F. Egan through the Homestead Act in 1910. The existing residence was constructed beginning circa 1909 and built out in 1928. A portion of the original 40-acre property was sold to the South Coast Water District in 1937 and 1944 for a water reservoir. On June 21st, 1948, tract number 1243 was recorded, which subdivided the southeast portion of the original homestead lot north of West Street into 25 lots, which are now Paseo del Sur, Rico Road, and Valito Road. The remaining developed parcels that surround the subject property were sold off at various times. The undeveloped area to the northwest, again, is now the Aliso and Wood Canyon Wilderness Park. The original 40-acre area is steeply sloped, and it is likely that the original farming activities took place in the flatter areas of the property, which are now developed. Excuse me. To assess the historic significance of the property, several reports were prepared to determine whether the property and structure are eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places and/or the California Register of Historic Resources, or whether it is a historic resource under CEQA. At the city's request, HRG prepared a historic resources assessment on November 22nd, 2024, which found the property significant under the California Register Criterion 1 for its association with the Homestead Act of 1862, and that the property is associated with the events that have made significant contribution to the broad patterns of local or regional history or cultural heritage of California or the United States. Therefore, the property is the project is considered a historic resource under CEQA. February 12th, 2025, HRG updated their report with additional information provided by Ann Christoph, and their revised report had the same findings. In response to the HRG reports, the applicant submitted a historic resource assessment prepared by Chronicle Heritage, April of 2025. This report concluded the project does not appear eligible for state or national register and is not a historic resource pursuant to CEQA. They contend, in part, that the surrounding area was once part of a larger homestead that's been completely developed and does not retain integrity of feeling and association. Furthermore, due to the substantial surrounding development, the integrity of the setting has been lost. Due to the completed alterations, the subject property also does not retain integrity of design, materials, or workmanship. At the city's request, HRG reviewed the Chronicle report and provided a memorandum in which they disagreed with Chronicle's contention. The HRG memo noted that Chronicle Heritage did not find fault with HRG's methodology or research conclusions. However, it did not agree with the finding that the subject property appears eligible for listing in the National Register at the local level and the California Register. HRG noted that the change in setting alone is not a reason enough to disqualify the property from association with homesteading. Further, the HRG memo noted in part, to their knowledge, the Egan property may be the last remaining property associated with homesteading in all of Laguna Beach. To resolve these contrasting conclusions, the city commissioned an independent professional evaluation of the reports by a third qualified historic consultant, GPA. GPA noted, while HRG identified potential association with early homesteading, the broader historic content presented does not convincingly support eligibility under Criterion 1, particularly in light of the compromised integrity of setting and the lack of rarity or comparative analysis. That said, JPA acknowledged there may be some potential for local historical significance under a more narrowly defined subcontext of early rural residential development in South Laguna, particularly given that the Egan residence is documented as one of the first homes constructed in the area. However, GPA did not find sufficient evidence to support that the property is eligible for the national or state register. Since the board's approval on September 25th, 3 additional historic review documents have been prepared. In response to the appeal, the applicant provided a historic resource technical memorandum prepared by ESA January 27th, 2026. After review of all the documents and the city and county records, ESA's evaluation of the subject property stated that while the Egan homestead is part of the historical trend, it has not been convincingly demonstrated that the Egan homestead rises to the level of significance necessary for designation within the broad theme of homesteading. The report concurs with GPA's review that the project does not meet the requirements for the state or national or local register and is not a historic resource pursuant to CEQA. On March 23rd, 2026, the city's historic consultant, HRG, provided a historic assessment peer review response memo, which provides responses to the comments of the peer review that was prepared by GPA. HRG provided additional historic research and facts related to the subject property and expanded the historic context to include additional research on homesteading in Orange County. The memo discusses the rarity of the Egan homestead, historic context, and integrity of setting. HRG states that the residence appears to be the only surviving homestead residence in the whole of Orange County, and states that although the immediate surrounding area has been developed, the majority of the Egan homestead land has been retained as a wildlife conservation area in perpetuity. The information further substantiates their earlier conclusion regarding the eligibility for listing on the California Register. The city again retained GPA to evaluate all information provided to the city regarding the property's potential historicity. This information included, but was not limited to, the ESA and HRG reports and public correspondence submitted to the city regarding the property, including letters from members of the public and local organizations, a series of articles published in Stu News chronicling the history of the property. GPA provided a second peer review on April 5th, 2026, and concluded the subject property does not meet the criteria for listing in the state or national register and does not qualify as a historic resource under CEQA. Although it may have local importance, as such, the city retains discretion to determine whether the property should be treated as a historic resource pursuant to CEQA. At the September 25th DRB hearing, 5 speakers expressed opposition to the project and raised concerns regarding the potential loss of the original homestead house and the historic property due to the proposed project and the differing conclusions in the various historic reports. During deliberations, the board members stated that sufficient information was available to determine whether the existing structure and property qualified as a historic resource. A majority of the board found the project did not meet local, national, and state criteria, and that the property no longer retained the integrity or setting necessary to qualify as a historic resource due to later development and substantial deterioration, altered materials, and lack of design cohesion of the existing structure. After discussion and deliberation, the board determined the property is not a historic resource and voted 4-1 to approve the project and find the project exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15303. The board added a condition of approval that additional landscaping be added to provide privacy for the neighbor's lower level bedroom and screen the view from windows on the right elevation of the project. As stated, 2 appeals were filed. Appeal 1 from the Chamberlains includes 3 contentions, and Appeal 2 from the Lehmans, South Laguna Civic Association, and Village Laguna includes 7 contentions. The contentions and staff responses are detailed in the staff report, and the following will just be a summary of each appeal. Appeal 1 from the Chamberlains. The appellant contends that a majority of the board's time was devoted to discussion of the historic merits of the property, and the design review of the proposed new structure was rushed with only a few minutes of discussion. Important issues raised were not adequately considered, and that the chair exerted undue influence over the other members. Staff disagrees with this contention. Sorry. The board's record demonstrates that the appellant 1's privacy concerns were discussed at both hearings and were specifically addressed. Staff finds that the board appropriately applied the city's privacy design review criterion, evaluated privacy in the manner required by the design guidelines, and imposed a special condition responsive to appellant 1's privacy concerns as reflected in the board record. Staff also finds that the chair of the board did not exert undue influence over the remaining board members. The approval as conditioned represents a lawful exercise of discretion intended to respect both the applicant's rights and the appellant's privacy concerns. In contention 2, the appellant contends that, as currently approved, the new structure directly compromises the appellant's privacy. The appellant and applicant will have direct views into each other's interior living spaces and bedrooms, which is not appropriate. The proposed mitigation of planting vegetation is vague and unvetted. Concerns include lack of specificity for the species, planting heights, or setbacks, which are critical for fire safety and restoring privacy at the expense of impacting ocean views. Further, the vegetation was introduced quickly at the hearing without opportunity to fully consider or respond in terms of fire safety and the loss of views. The suggested vegetation is also not an appropriate long-term solution, and current fire codes prohibit the combustible vegetation in this location. Staff's response is that the board found the revised project complied with the view equity and privacy criteria. It should be noted that the condition added by the board as written will not be enforceable due to recent changes to the fire code. The code requires the canopy of any trees to be maintained a minimum of 10 feet from any structure. The side yard setback area at the right elevation of the proposed project will contain retaining walls, concrete access paths, and other improvements, and may not have adequate space to plant a tree in the specified location while maintaining the minimum separation required. The council can either remand the project to the design review board to modify the condition, or the council can impose a more restrictive condition, such as requiring opaque windows, privacy screens, or reduction in the deck size to address the appellant's privacy concerns. Staff recommends that the City Council impose a more restrictive condition to require an opaque privacy screen 6 feet in height be installed on the north side of the upper level deck to prevent views into the neighbor's windows. The screen can be frosted glass or another opaque material that conforms to the approved exterior materials for the project. The condition is included in the draft City Council resolution. Third contention is that they had asked that a structural change to the house be considered to better balance privacy concerns. However, this request was not given due consideration, and the previous revision to rotate the home to preserve privacy for another neighbor pushed the approved privacy impacts to the appellant's side. Staff's response is, rather than requiring a structural change to the project, the board added a condition to require landscaping to be provided to provide additional privacy. As discussed in contention 2, the board's condition of approval appears infeasible due to the fire code requirements, and therefore the city council again can remand the project to the DRB to modify the condition or impose the more restrictive condition that was just explained. The record demonstrates that the board did evaluate the appellant's concerns. Appeal 2, again, contains 7 contentions, and this is from the Lehmans, the South Laguna Civic Association, and Village Laguna. So the appellant is requesting a reversal of the DRB's decision that the existing dwelling and property are not historic resources, and to find the property qualifies as a historic resource. The appellant contends that following the initial historic evaluation by HRG, concluding that the property is historic, an additional historic report commissioned by the property owner concluded that the property is not historic. Then the city commissioned a peer review of both, and the peer reviewed determined there was not enough information to decide whether property qualified for the National Register, and that HRG did not have an opportunity to provide additional documentation requested in the peer review. Staff's response is that the board discussed the potential historicity of the property and discussed that they considered the initial HRG report, final HRG report, chronicle report, HRG memo, and the GPA peer review, and the submitted public comments, and evaluated whether the existing structure and property qualified as a historic resource pursuant to CEQA and the city's design guidelines for historic resources. The board members reached consensus based on the evidence that the property was not historically significant, citing lack of architectural integrity, alterations over time, and absence of historic designation by prior owners. In addition, the surrounding development and the site's current context no longer reflect the area's original homestead character, and that the project does not meet local, national, or state criteria. After review of all documentation provided, including all the reports and public commentary, and consideration of all public testimony, the board determined the single-family dwelling and detached garage at the subject property are not historically significant, and further that the property did not meet the criteria for listing on the California Register, and finding that finding that the historic significance was not supported by substantial evidence in light of the whole record. Okay, good. The fourth contention is that the immediate neighbors had only 3 minutes to speak to express support for the historic preservation of the house, as well as state their concerns with the new designs of the home, views, and other concerns. In response, neighbors had opportunities to provide written comments to the board prior to the hearings. In addition, neighbors may request site visits from the board members to discuss their concerns in person and allow for board members to view the project site from their homes and properties. 2 substantive public hearings were held for this project, at which members of the public provided extensive public comments to the board. Pursuant to the board bylaws, speakers not affiliated with the applicant will be given 3 minutes to address the board. The chair may allow additional time at the request of a speaker. A total of 3 members of the public spoke at the July 11th hearing, with 1 person representing 3 adjacent neighbors. A total of 7 members of the public spoke at the September 25th hearing. Each person was given 3 minutes to address the board. Contention 5. The appellant contends the property is not seen from Valito Road, but is visible from a public vantage point on the Tuvette Trail in the Aliso and Wood Canyon Wilderness Park, and that the public view of the historically significant property should be considered as a coastal scenic resource. Under the Coastal Act, historic resources are afforded protection. Section 30253 of the Coastal Act explicitly calls out special communities and neighborhoods that, because of their unique characteristics, are popular visitor destination points. Previous Coastal Commission decisions, as well as case law, all support the idea that historic resources are afforded some protection under the Coastal Act. This is further supported by the city's certified local coastal program, which has policies meant to protect historic resources. Historic resources are considered visual resources and are analyzed under Coastal Development Permit Finding Number 1, Criteria Number 3, relating to coastal scenic resources. Given that the board concluded, based on all the evidence, that the property and existing structure are not historic resources under CEQA, the board properly did not consider the property or the existing structure as a visual resource from which views from public locations are adversely impacted through its demolition. The existing structure and project do not meet the definition of a coastal resource. Additionally, the open space conservation element, which is part of the city's certified LCP, defines visual resources, including coastal visual resources or coastal scenic resources, as shoreline features or natural appearance of the coast, and hillside visual resources as undeveloped hillside lands. The project meets the general plan land use policies 2.10 and 3.10 in that the project does not impact coastal or canyon views from public vantage points, such as the Tuvet Trail, and that the project does not adversely affect visual resource the project does not involve the demolition of a historic resource under CEQA. The appellant further contends that the board members abused their discretion in making the finding that the property is not a historic resource, basing their decision on irrelevant factors while they failed to consider relevant factors. The issue requires more consideration than the board gave it, and further, the appellant contends that Chair Gibbs relied heavily on a quotation from the National Park Service Bulletin 15 cited in the GPA peer review. Staff disagrees. In addition to the responses to the appeal contentions in 1 and 2, the board considered and discussed evidence relating to the historicity and evaluated whether the existing structures and property qualified as a historic resource pursuant to CEQA and the city's design guidelines for historic resources. Although Chair Gibbs referenced the GPA quotation from Bulletin 15, this was not the only criterion that was evaluated in determining whether the property is a historic resource. After review of all documentation provided, including all historic assessment reports, public commentary, and consideration of all public testimony, the board members concurred with the reports finding the property was not historically significant, again citing lack of architectural integrity, alterations over time, and so on. In addition, the surrounding development and the site's current context no longer reflect the area's original homestead character, and that the project does not meet local, national, or state criteria. The board members concurred with the conclusions that the project was not eligible for the California Register and was not a historic resource under CEQA. These were, again, as stated in the Chronicle and GPA reports, and they found the single-family dwelling and detached garage and subject property not to be historically significant. These findings were based on and supported by substantial evidence in light of the whole record, and the board did not commit an abuse of discretion. Pursuant to the National Register Criterion A, properties can be eligible for the National Register if they are associated with events that have made significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. To be considered, the event or trends, however, must clearly be important within associated context. According to the bulletin, the significance of association, mere association with historic events or trends is not enough in and of itself to qualify under Criterion A. The property's specific association must be considered important as well. The setting is the physical environment of a historic property. The setting refers to the character of the place in which the property played its historical role. Settings often reflect the basic physical conditions under which the property was built and the functions it was intended to serve. In the case of the Valito property, without the surrounding rural area, even a portion of it, this property doesn't really demonstrate its use as a homestead property. It appears like an older home, like an early beach cottage. The property has lost context of the agricultural uses associated with homesteading. For example, there are no extant agricultural buildings such as barns or silos, and no remnants of orchards or other crop areas. And there's no portions of the property that appear to be part of the homestead farming activities. It's unlikely that agricultural activities took place on the steep slopes that are in the current open space area. As concluded by GPA, the available evidence does not clearly demonstrate that the property retains the necessary physical and contextual characteristics to effectively convey its association with early homesteading in a manner that meets established thresholds for eligibility. The final contention is that the board ignored the document in the agenda package, a letter from Greg O'Laughlin, president of the South Laguna Civic Association dated July 22nd, 2022, informing the city of the historical significance of the property and requesting the information be added to the property file. Staff disagrees. On September 19th, 2024, the city received a letter from Ann Christoph suggesting the property may have historic significance and included a copy of the letter from Mr. O'Laughlin. The letter was received after the agenda packet for the September 2024 agenda was posted. As a result, on September 26th, staff requested the continuance to November 14th to allow for further evaluation of the project. The historic resource evaluations were completed by the 3 different qualified historic consultants. The differing conclusions were reached by the qualified consultants regarding the status of the property. However, the majority of the consulting firms determined that the property does not qualify as a historic resource. The board considered these differing professional opinions in its deliberation. The board weighed the evidence and found the reasoning for the property not being a historic resource more persuasive than for being eligible for the California Register and being determined a historic resource. Further, the board considered the written public comments received and public testimony at the hearing, and acting in its quasi-judicial capacity, the board determined that the property is not a historic resource based on the totality of the evidence presented. The City Council has the following options. First, the council may adopt the attached resolution upholding the board's approval and finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA under guidelines section 15303, subject to conditions. Second, adopt the attached resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the decision of the board and conditionally approving the project and finding the project categorically exempt from CEQA under guidelines 15303, but modifying the resolution to impose the more restrictive condition of approval. Third, the council may direct staff to return with a resolution overturning the board's approval, denying the project, and finding that CEQA does not apply to the projects that are disapproved. Fourth, the council may direct staff to return with a resolution remanding the project to the design review board with further direction. If the City Council upholds the design review board's approval, then the council would need to consider whether the project qualifies for a categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines 15303 for new construction and whether any exceptions to the exemption apply. If the City Council overturns the approval and denies the project, CEQA does not apply. Pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15270, because CEQA does not apply to projects that a public agency rejects or disapproves. If the council remands the project to the design review board, the council may also direct staff to initiate preparation of an initial study to evaluate potential environmental impacts, including potential impacts to historic resources. Because the design review board's approval was approved by 4 affirmative votes, the City Council cannot conduct a de novo hearing, shall not reweigh the evidence, and shall not exercise its independent judgment and discretion as to the evidence. The City Council shall consider whether the approval authority proceeded in a manner required by law and whether the decision or determination is supported by substantial evidence. There shall be a presumption that the decision or determination made by the approval authority was reasonable, valid, and not abuse of discretion, and the applicant shall have the burden of proof of demonstrating otherwise by a preponderance of the evidence presented. If the applicant proposes new plans that result in a redesign, the City Council should not consider such plans. However, the City Council may, but is not required to remand the project plans to the board for further review. Notwithstanding that the City Council cannot review proposed new plans, the City Council can uphold the approval of DR 24-0658, subject to a more restrictive condition of approval that are effectuated through the provision of new plans. In such event, remand is not required. In consideration of the board's approval of coastal development permit 0657 and class 3 categorical exemption from CEQA, the city council is not limited to either the evidence in the record or the deliberations of the board. The applicant or members of the public may present new evidence for the city council's consideration, and the city council is free to deliberate without being limited by the board's findings. In other words, a de novo hearing. The city council exercises its independent judgment and discretion as to that evidence. At the same time, the board's decision is presumed reasonable, valid, and not an abuse of discretion. The appellant bears the burden of proving otherwise by a preponderance of the evidence, meaning that the appellant must show it's more likely than not that the board erred or abused its discretion. An abuse of discretion exists if the design review board did not proceed in the manner required by law, if the decision is not supported by the findings, or if the findings are not supported by evidence. In this case, staff concludes the board proceeded in a manner required by law. The board considered the application, public testimony, staff analysis, and historic evaluations, and the applicable coastal development permit findings. The board's denial is supported by findings, and those findings are supported by substantial evidence in the record. Staff recommends that the council conduct the public hearing, receive the staff report, take public testimony, and consider all evidence relating to design review 050658 and coastal development permit 240657 and the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff further recommends the council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and sustaining the design review board's approval of the project for the new single-family dwelling, subject to imposing a more restrictive condition of approval, requiring an opaque privacy screen 6 feet in height be installed on the north side of the upper level deck to prevent view into the neighbor's windows, and finding the project exempt from CEQA under 15303. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions, and representatives from HRG and GPA are here and available for questions also.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions of staff before I open the public testimony? None? Okay, I will open the public testimony, starting with the appellant number 1, the Chamberlains, allowing 5-minute presentation, followed by any supporters of the appeal.
Okay,
You guys first, and then anybody in support of the appeal.
okay. We have a PowerPoint. Okay, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for your time. In this project's last design review, we believe the historic debate surrounding this site ultimately overshadowed our design concerns. The majority of the hearing focused on the historical significance of the existing home, which we as a family have chosen to leave to the preservation experts. We also believe in their haste to make a call on the historic nature of the property, the privacy solutions decided by the design review chair caused greater harm than good. What we are asking for is a balanced and fair solution that considers our family with the same care given to downhill neighbors earlier in the process. Next slide, please. The original version of the project had only minor privacy concerns for our family, which were quickly addressed by Adele, the architect on the project. Later, in response to concerns from downhill neighbors, the project was rotated 15 degrees toward our property and programming was added facing our property. Next slide, please. This slide shows the orientation change more clearly. The red dotted line represents the original proposal. This redesign created new privacy impacts for our home, including sightlines into our daughter's bedroom and family living spaces. Next slide. Our primary concern is the privacy of our 9-year-old daughter. As shown here, the proposed balcony has a direct view into her bedroom. Next slide, please. This is the view from our daughter's bedroom toward the staking plan. Her room directly faces the proposed balcony and second-story windows marked here by blue flags. Next slide, please. This is a rough estimate of the future view from our daughter's room and adjacent family spaces. Photos do not fully capture the invasiveness of this balcony's proximity to her room. Next slide. The design review board proposed a vegetation solution, which is mocked up here. While it may block sightlines into our daughter's room, it would also significantly impact ocean views from our home. The landscaping solution was never fully defined before approval, including mature height, setbacks, and fire safety implications. During design review, board members expressed openness to considering additional architectural and design solutions, but the discussion was quickly steered by the chair toward landscaping mitigation instead. It is our belief that the design review chair failed to properly consider the solutions suggested as mitigations and in their haste caused greater harm than good. From our perspective, the balancing of the design process was stopped halfway. Next slide, please. After filing our appeal, we met constructively with Adele and her team to discuss possible structural solutions, including extending the bedroom nearest our property to act as a privacy wall for the balcony, reducing windows, rotating the house back 7 degrees, and adding limited landscaping. We believe these additional modest refinements could fairly balance the impacts now affecting our family. Next slide, please. We appreciate many of the revisions Adele brought back after this meeting. However, the balcony still extends beyond the intended privacy wall, and the requested rotation adjustment intended to balance the privacy impacts between our home and downhill neighbors was not incorporated. Next slide, please. We have since worked with our landscape architect to develop an additional landscape proposal as shown here, but have not yet heard back from Adele and her team regarding this proposal. Next slide. In summary, earlier in the process, substantial adjustments were made to protect the privacy and views of downhill neighbors. We respected and supported these efforts. However, those efforts resulted in new privacy impacts for our family. When we asked in design review for similar balancing consideration for our side of the property, the discussion was quickly steered toward an undefined landscape solution before any architectural options were fully explored. It is our belief that the focus of the historic nature of the house overshadowed what should have been a more collaborative discussion regarding our privacy concerns. We are not asking for special treatment, only the same consideration that was previously extended to our downhill neighbors. We ask that the City Council correct this error and require the applicants to address the privacy and view concerns with meaningful corrective measures that appropriately protect our privacy and views. We remain willing to work in collaboration with the architect, applicant, and city toward a balanced solution for everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a little
Somebody
bit to
like-
say. Hi. While this project is being treated as a categorically exempt, it involves 3,600 square feet home with approximately 3,500 cubic yards of excavation on a steep canyon slope less than 65 feet from Cienethus Creek within a very high fire hazard severity zone. Given these conditions, we respectfully question whether the categorical exemption intended for small projects appropriately applies in this environmentally sensitive setting, or whether additional environmental review is warranted under CEQA's location exemption provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. I'm going to go to appeal, the presentation from appeal number 2 before I ask for any other. Did you have a question?
I have a question for the members of the public who just spoke. Is that appropriate, or is there another
Well,
time
they're
when I can
the
ask?
appellant. There's another time that you can ask.
Okay, thank you.
So appeal number 2.
I just wondered, are you going to kind of scramble the public testimony between the 2 appeals, or?
I was going to have both presentations and then allow the folks in support of the appeal and then in support and then in not in support of the appeal, and then allow the appellant rebuttal.
Mayor, I think she's asking if people only want to speak either on the contentions by,
So this
One
will be the
appellant.
presentation for appeal number 2,
Right.
right?
And so, but when public testimony is, what if they just want to talk about appeal 1 versus appeal 2? Should this all be scrambled together? Kind of puts the appeal number 1 people back in the same position as they were before at DR, when, you know, there's a lot of testimony about the historic and so forth.
Do you have another suggestion? We just went over this and I was just debating whether or not.
Mr. Mayor, it's up to you, and in your discretion. I do think that we often have appeals that have many contentions. I do think that the council has the ability to listen and understand what appeal is being talked about with the public comment. So I certainly think you could do it the way that you've proposed.
Okay,
Okay.
thank
All right.
you.
So I have a PowerPoint presentation. My name is Ann Christoph, and I'm speaking for Appeal 2. We oppose demolition of the Egan Homestead House, which we ask that you determine is a historic resource, and we ask that you grant our appeal. We've only been aware of the existence of this house since the early 2000s, when SLCA began work on the history of South Laguna book. Because the house can't be seen from Valito, it was overlooked in the 1981 inventory. We didn't even know if an Egan house still existed. I was able to interview Esther Egan Hind, and that led to discovering the location of this homestead house built by William Egan, her father. Through this process, we've learned that this house is not only interesting and nearly 120 years old, it is the only surviving homestead house in Laguna and all of Orange County. Next. It is the only remaining example to demonstrate the reality of homestead life, not only their struggles and courage, but their role in the formation of our unique and beloved city. The homesteaders and their claimed land played a formative role in how our city has evolved, and the Egan Homestead is an illustration of that process. The Laguna Beach story in microcosm. Next. Here's the map of Laguna Beach and all of its homesteads. The black line on the left is Laguna Canyon Road. The entire area of the city south of Laguna Canyon Road, Broadway, was originally homesteaded in parcels, square and rectangular, as dictated by the Homestead Act. Within that stiff network, our neighborhoods were developed with our undulating topography. We end up with a puzzle piece design that has produced the unusual creative street layouts, leading to what we call Laguna Beach character. The Egan 40-acre homestead with today's west, next slide, please. The 40-acre homestead with today's West Street on the south extends almost to Aliso Peak, down to Cianothus Canyon, and up again to the Lido neighborhood. Next. In 1906, William Egan filed paperwork to begin the homestead process on the land. In 1907, he began the first phase of the house that we see today. And in 1909, he married Bertie McCoy, and that's their wedding picture. Next. That first portion of the house is the dark structure on the left, and the larger addition with the fireplace was built to accommodate his wife and their growing family, 2 daughters. Next. In 1928, they built the last addition to accommodate their Aunt Mary Beach. Notice the pattern on the board and batten on the left. Next. And that's still there today. Next. The city's historical consultant, HRG, found that the property is eligible for both the national and state historic registers. Why is there even a question about it being a historic resource? Next. The developer's consultants and peer review question its setting and the original documentation of its rarity. Next. Here's a close-up of the 40 acres within the white square. The large area of preserved open space, Aliso and Wood Canyons Wilderness Park, the canyon and Valito Trail, the 2 water reservoirs, and the residential neighborhood on the south and southeast. The developer's consultant suggests that this property is no longer significant as a homestead because the bean and melon fields are no longer there. This idea is debunked by architecture consultant Francesca Smith. Next. Where she cites that 60% of the homestead property remains as it was when the Egans were first there. And HRG agrees. Next. They say that it still retains sufficient integrity to convey its significance as a historic resource. Also, because the property is emblematic of the homestead claim's foundational role in the urban form Laguna Beach has today. It has key components that tell the Laguna story. Next. Next. It is the only one and the only place that illustrates the first step in that process. Next. It's the original homestead residence still here and the only one here and in Orange County. Next. Next. Lee Hansen also looked at the rarity statewide. Next. Tom Gibbs said the property's historic, but wondered if it's protectable. Yes, next. The answer is yes. The Egan Homestead is house is historic resource, and please accept our appeal and protect it.
Thank you very much. Okay, 3 minutes for anybody in support
Yes,
of the Appeal 1 and 2.
I am one of the appellants for Appeal 2. And dear City Council members, I am Diane Lehman, and I live right adjacent to the home, thank you, to the home on our, I look at it from the west side of our home. I am here to speak about the historic homestead at 31526 Valito Road. It is a cornerstone of our community since 1907. And as you heard before, it was originally built by William Egan and associated with the beginning of the south end of Laguna Beach in cooperation with the Shrewsburys and the Thorntons and other people who are extremely important to the city. The home has witnessed generations of our town growth. Its architecture and legacy embody our shared history, which none of us really wants to lose, as it is the last homestead in the city of Laguna Beach and in Orange County. Please do not erase the physical landmark and a founding family history, which would sever an important link to our past. Please honor this irreplaceable part of our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of the appeal.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Yerka. I serve on the Heritage Committee, but I am not representing that committee. I've so appreciated the emphasis on stewardship that's been brought to the fore in the last few years. And everyone is rightly proud of and invested in our history as an artist colony. But coincident with, and even prior to Laguna's development as a refuge for artists, there were the homesteaders, the people who built simple homes, planted trees, and farmed. Traces of our artists are everywhere, but we are down to one homestead house in all of Laguna and the county. And as Lee Hansen put it in her recent document studying homesteads in California, the Egan House, quote, stands as the 0.006% of remaining properties, the lone survivor of a pioneering era that once defined the California coast. As I said in my email of a few days ago, Laguna has some wonderful landmarks. This property is not as fancy or grand as the Hotel Laguna or South Coast Theater, but its historical significance to this community and its early development is no less profound. And that's hard for people to see in a modest building that was added to as income permitted and family enlargement required. And the DRB did not see it, as you can tell from their comments in the transcript. HRG identified and researched the appropriate historic context for this property, homesteading in Orange County. It is the last remaining example of an original homestead residence. It's located adjacent to 24 of its original 40 acres as open space in perpetuity. The development on the far side does not destroy its capacity to communicate this history. As a reminder, historic resources are added to and they are altered all the time in Laguna and at the national level. In fact, the standards for rehabilitation were written to guide changes to National Register properties. It would be deeply disappointing if you vote not to find this property a historic resource. You know the story of this town, and you know where this property fits into it. There's substantial evidence in the record to support a finding either way. And I'm asking you to agree with the city's primary historic resources consultant, HRG, and Francesca Smith. She's the only volunteer expert to have evaluated the property, and me and other members of the community who understand its significance. Thank you. And I'm sorry I can't stay for the whole hearing. I have to go back and teach.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of the appeal.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Francesca Smith, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to see and speak to all of you today. As an independent, as Kathy mentioned, volunteer architectural historian, I only entered this discussion after seeing the confusion that was being generated by the Egan Homestead's numerous evaluations and comments regarding its historic significance. This is not the first or the only homestead I have evaluated. I have experience with not quite 25 properties that are homesteads, of which I think about 15 were National Register determined eligible. I wholeheartedly agree with HRG's conclusion that the Egan Homestead is eligible for listing in both the National and California registers as an exceptionally rare instance of a homestead property in Orange County. As everyone before me has said, it has been proven to be the only remaining homestead in this county and is, more importantly, one of the oldest surviving residences in Newport Beach. The conundrum of whether it possesses sufficient integrity was conflated with its current condition. Since the inception of the National Register program, condition and integrity are entirely different things. I mentioned that in my letter. I believe it's page 5. It's from Bulletin 15. Especially when a property like this is the only example to be compared regionally. It need not possess every single aspect of integrity. Also, it possesses integrity of every single of the 7 aspects, including the fact that it looks out over open scrub, hillside, what was his farmland or something. The fact that the Egan residence and related buildings doesn't retain the structures and objects that were once part of the farmstead is not important. I have experience evaluating intact farmsteads in other communities. This is not an intact farmstead, or it would retain those features like cistern, barn, etc. The Tejon Ranch is an example of a historic farmstead, if that makes sense to you. Lastly, as the only extant homestead in Orange County, its rarity makes the arguments regarding its integrity far less important than if it were a more common property type. That's on page 52 of National Register guidance and page 5 of my most recent letter. I absolutely appreciate the opportunity to see and speak with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Hello, my name is Lisa Bell, and I'm here with my husband, and we both support the appeal and the designation of the Egan Homestead that were before today. I love this old home. I live on Eagle Rock Way, and when we have guests, we take them up to the road where the Egan Road begins. We admire the namesake of their street sign, and inevitably it starts a conversation about the history of our neighborhood. Upon reaching the Egan Homestead, we're struck by the living history that we have within our midst. We would miss that very much if it were destroyed. The South Laguna Civic Association has been pursuing historic designation for years. Summarizing from a 2022 letter to the City Council, the Civic Association wrote, "It has come to our attention that the Egan property is for sale. And in preparing a history in South Laguna, we've become aware of the home's historical significance. It was built in and around 1907 to 1910, but it doesn't tell the whole story. It is the oldest home in South Laguna, and I won't repeat other remarks previously. As one of the earliest, the Egan home filed for its homestead in 1910 with papers that were signed by William Howard Taft. Together, the 40 acres includes the site of the South Coast Water District Reservoir and our surrounding neighborhoods. Importantly, the house was overlooked in the historical 1981 inventory, and perhaps that was because it was hidden. It was almost hidden in a location at the end of the driveway. At the time, the association requested this information be placed in the property file so that potential purchasers would be able to be aware of its historic resource and that it clearly qualifies for state significance that merits its preservation. So moving on to business, interestingly, the Zillow sales on this house show that in 2022, the property sold for $1.7 million. In 2024, it sold for $1.98 million, an increase of 16.5%. Estimated costs of renovation that would need to be done to bring this old gal back up to her glory varies, but I don't think that it's outside the city additional funding and fundraising events sponsored by its supporters. One could imagine that the Egan Historic Homestead might be used to demonstrate the history of dry farming in our area, or illustrating the selfless acts of early homesteaders, neighbors helping neighbors, such as Bertie Egan transferring part of her homestead to South Laguna Water District, which kept her neighbors and now us enjoying clean, fresh water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker in support of the appeal.
Good afternoon, City Council and City staff. My name is Merrill Anderson, resident of North Laguna. The factual evidence is overwhelming that the Egan homestead is historic. No amount of nonsense from so-called experts paid by the property owners will change this fact. But wait, the staff report says that the majority of experts question the historic nature of the property. 5 experts. 2 were paid by the property owners. Do you think they were influenced in some way with their verdict? There are also 2 independent experts with no skin in the game. They not only said it was historic, they said it would qualify for California and federal designations as a historic resource. By the way, one of these experts, HRG, was the initial consultant hired by the city. Why was that not enough? The other consultant, Francesca Smith, who we just heard from, is preeminent in the field. For the City Council to declare the only remaining homestead property in Orange County as being not historic is to declare that any property in Laguna Beach is not historic. Like it or not, this is a precedent. I ask the City Council to respect Laguna Beach, our heritage, and declare this property to be historic. What happens after the City Council rightly declares this property to be historic? The property owners have an opportunity to partner with local residents and others, some are here today, to develop a win-win solution. We're here. Talk with us. This is what Laguna Beach is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 and 2.
My name is Nelda Stone, and in introduction, I'm a resident of Laguna.
Can you pull the mic down, please?
Okay, should I start over? My name is Nelda Stone. In introduction, I'm a resident of Laguna, and I recently retired from the Laguna Beach Library, where I manage the local history collection. Also, I currently sit on the board of the Laguna Beach Historical Society, but I came here today as an individual. I have no new information to add to what has already been said. Rather, I would like to add my voice to those who advocate for the preservation of the Egan House. Please listen to the in-depth research conducted by the Historic Resources Group, specifically in the March document, as they wrote to further their findings that this is a special and significant property. In addition to being a critical component of our community history, it is also a rare example of the history of our county and state. This house tangibly tells the story of our early settlers. It is a simple house built by its occupants. There is no major architect, no exotic materials, but it is the real story of where we in our community and more broadly the Western United States came from. This story extends beyond our town. Now is an opportunity to protect this very important asset for ourselves and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Carly Andrews. I also would ask that you support the second appeal to preserve the Egan Homestead. I've lived in Laguna Beach for most of the 50 years of my life, and I know from residents and also visitors that the things that they want to see are our unique buildings and the things that we've preserved from our unique past. Some of the buildings, City Hall, the digester building that actually we saved thanks to the council and the community that supported that. Movie theater, Hotel Laguna, the lifeguard tower where I was a lifeguard on the beach, that really needed a lot of work when I was a lifeguard, but we preserved it. And like Kathy Yerka said, this building is not as showy. It may not be the same style, but what if the Crystal Cove cottages, where people said they were too run down, they're too simple, there are holes in the wall, these are things that people come to see, to go back into an era, to imagine what life was like, in historic Laguna. This is kind of like the last Western black rhino. It's the only one left. I mean, if you tear it down, they're going to be extinct, but you have the chance to not tear it down. This is something that Huell Hauser would bring people to see, broadcast it, and people would watch it. So I just would like to ask that you trust HRG and the historians that are talking to you today and the community members and preserve the homestead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 and 2.
I'm speaking, my name is Rex Bell. I live in South Laguna, and I'm speaking in support of Appeal 2. A city can become a victim of amnesia. It can lose the memories of what it was and thereby lose a sense of what it is and what it wants to be. It can say it's being progressive when it rips up the fabric that visibly binds one strand of its history to the next. It can say it's only getting rid of junk in order to make room for the modern. But once it's done this, it loses a piece of itself, a source of its memories, and an aspect of its historical identity dies. The decision as to whether or not to preserve the structures of the Egan Homestead should not rely solely on the cold, hard facts and opinions of consultants paid by developers. When the scale of opinion teeters in the balance, as it does here, the final decision should be influenced by broader perspectives of what the identity of Laguna Beach is and wants to be, and what the loss of this historically significant property would mean. The preservation of the Egan property, with the oldest structure in all of South Laguna and the last remaining homestead in Orange County, contributes to the city's unique history and character. It recognizes accomplishments of pioneering citizens of the past. It fosters public appreciation of and civic pride in the city. The Egan property has value that is far greater than the lot and the buildings that currently exist on it. Allowing the structures to be demolished will forever cut our city's ties with a significant aspect of its history, and Laguna Beach will have lost part of its soul. Please consider this when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
And Kane, Mayor and council members, today you have the opportunity to save an important Laguna Beach historic resource. It's important to remember that the city hired consultant, HRG, found the property eligible for the National and California Historic Registers. In addition, historic consultant Francesca Smith supported HRG's conclusion. It is not surprising that the developer's consultants did not. To quote Anne Christoph, and I agree, if a house built by a homesteader, the last remaining such structure in Orange County, begun in 1909, and the oldest house in South Laguna isn't historical, will any historical resources be safe from destruction? Please support the appeal.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Michael Morris, and I'm here speaking in support of Appeal 2. I have procedural concerns with regards to how the DRB arrived at its decision. They had the unenviable task of looking through and trying to digest dueling reports that came from all sides, both sponsored and unsponsored. But the fact remains that the first historic consultancy engaged by the city, HRC, found that the property is indeed eligible for either or both a registry on the national or California registers. It's not surprising that the buyer's consultant found in their favor, but the fact remains that the preponderance of the evidence appears to have been in favor of finding that it has historicity. I would hope that in the future, when we have similar types of situations, that there's more defined process by which DRB can be guided to find such things as historicity. In this case, it just seems it was a fairly haphazard process, which is concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Amy Jackson. I'm in support of the Appeal 2. We have another incredible magical aspect of our city that's sort of hidden away, and it is hard to appreciate with its corner there in South Laguna. But when you actually go and see it and look beyond the flags that are on it right now, you really see the hardscrabble life that started our life here, our culture in Orange County and in the West. It's another unique asset that makes Laguna Beach incredibly special. And with your guidance, that could really become something for school children, for people who visit our town, and it could also be a banner of the unique integrity that our city has in respecting the past. It's really an opportunity that we ask you to steward us through this and help us be a flagship, basically in the West, of having an incredible homestead that will become an asset. And I know as a community, we can pull together and make it a win-win for the owners and for all of the people of our country, really. Thank you so much for this hearing.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Appeal number 2. My name is Bob Allison. I live in South Laguna on Eagle Rock Way, and I came just to listen today. But after hearing this, I thought I'd really regret not saying something. So we get a lot of visitors, friends and family that come to see us. And just the other day, I was over at the ranch, and in the lobby of the ranch, they have a lot of old historic photographs. One of those is the Egan house and the Egan family in front of it. And I'm proud to tell guests and visitors of the history of South Laguna, and particularly that house, and proud to say it still stands today. And I think we would really, while I get all the reports and I get all the information that's out there, it just feels like common sense tells us this is important to us. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I really would appreciate if the council would take that into consideration and preserve the history. And I just wanted to put that on record. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Good evening, Pat Minna. I am here because I really support Appeal 2. And if you say in favor of Appeal 2, I think it will satisfy Appeal 1. So you have a unique opportunity. I live in a 1929 house, cottage. It has good juju and spirit, and we are only keepers of that house for the period of our lives. And we have an opportunity to cherish this one remaining incredible piece of history. And I think we need to honor that, especially with how society is. We need to look at our roots, and we need to go back in history, and we need to cherish some things. We really do. So I really support working together, putting it on the historical list, whatever it takes, but don't destroy it. And I thank you for being here.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2.
Appeal 2. Johanna Felder. Laguna Beach is known to be a place of aesthetic beauty. That's what brought so many of us here, as well as the artists. Folks have come for the beauty of our beaches, for our historic downtown, for our historic cottages. That is why Village Laguna draws hundreds each year for its Charm House tour. Only time will tell if your decision last night will affect our beaches in the future. Lower Forest Avenue has been destroyed. And one by one, the historic cottages are disappearing. Please don't vote to demolish another historic resource. Thank you.
Next speaker in favor of Appeal 1 or 2.
I'm Lee Hansen. I've been very interested in the Egan House, and today I come with 3 facts and 1 dream. First fact, 66,378 houses were built under the Homestead Act. That's just in California. The Egan fact too, Will Egan was the homesteader of one of those houses. He got his patent under the Homestead Act in 1910. And the house stands pretty much as it was in 1928, ever since almost 120 years. Now, fact 3 is an interesting one. 99.99% of all those homestead houses I mentioned earlier have disappeared. They've been lost by fire, they've been lost through old age, and it's been lost by people who wanted to tear it down and build something else. So my dream part comes about because I became very involved in reading the history of the Egans. I found their history in the Family Search Library in Los Angeles, where Esther Egan, the homesteader's daughter, left a written account of the Egans' history in their house, as told by somebody who lived there too, through her eyes as well. And it seemed like it was a very moving type of history. And that's how I became more involved, contacted the Deborah, who is the remaining own child's granddaughter. She is the granddaughter of Esther Egan. And she had many stories and pictures also, which became involved in. So looking at the stories that were told by Esther Egan, I started to imagine what it would be like if the house was to remain. And that's when I started thinking how much this story and this house reminds me of a book that I read when I was in 4th grade that influenced my life. It's Little House on the Prairie. And I think that what you have here is you have a little house for California, a little house on the hill. And so I imagine, as part of my dream, that that story will become a reality, that the house will be there to greet people. Maybe it would be some individuals who've been on the Valado Trail. Maybe it's a group of school children coming for a field trip who want to see how the people lived. So I implore you to help make that dream come true and to keep the Homestead House intact for our future generations. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Are there any other speakers in support of Appeal 1 or 2?
Good afternoon. Brian Minna, resident since 1964. When I got here in 64, till today, or till the last few months when it hit the paper, I never knew of the Egan House. And I used to play at the house that was just a couple doors away with motorcycles when we went on the trails up in the hills. So it's been very hidden. I assume none of you even knew about it either, because most people that have lived here their whole life don't even know about it. It's been a well-kept secret. So to be able to rule on it today without it having a chance to be put on the register when your own consultant has said it is eligible for the National Register, I would say that's pretty formidable and something you should really consider before to remand this back to be in favor of the appeal. We'll give it a chance to get that point rather than whether or not the view's going in someone's bedroom, a daughter's bedroom. I think it's pretty drastic to just say that you would not give it a chance to be saved. Even South Laguna Civic is learning about it themselves. Nobody knew about it. You all didn't know about it. Give it a chance to become reality and become sort of, if you look at the ranch, there used to be the Thurston home. That's gone to a golf course, but everybody refers to it and shows pictures to it, and it's been revered. So this is just over the hill, a golf shot almost away if you're really good. So I would say try and make an effort here, and it should go back to appeal to be decided whether it's going to be put on the historic register and turned into a resource for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker in support of Appeal 1 or 2?
Hi, I've never done this before. So, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Hi, my name is Julie Edwards, and unlike probably everybody else in this room, I'm a fairly new resident to Laguna Beach. And so it's odd for me maybe to speak out on something like this, but I just want to give my take on it, that I moved here from North Orange County, really the border of LA County, from a similar looking town with similar city council problems and issues, and except we didn't have an ocean. And I moved here because of the culture, history, natural beauty, and the fact that Laguna still feels authentic and unique. So I'm here in support of Appeal 2 regarding preserving the Egan Homestead. I think it's a very huge decision for you all to make, to tear down something historical and important like this that is a gift and a gem in this city. And historic places like the Egan Homestead are more than old buildings. They're part of the soul of your community and help shape the people here in Laguna Beach. I have met more people in the less than 2 years I've lived in Laguna than I met in the 15 years at the last place I lived. I have met so many people here. It's just such a rich community, and I think it would be like killing a community member to let anything happen to this property. So I'm in support of Appeal number 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Other speakers in support of Appeal 1 or 2?
Hello, Regina Hartley, and in support of Appeal number 2. I'm coming to you as a former member of the Heritage Committee and a proud owner of a 1922 cottage in the village. And I just want to say that it's very important to preserve these buildings, and I'm so thankful that you're having this hearing to consider it. And I also want to let the owners know that remodeling an historic house is not that hard. I've done it myself. You stay within the guidelines, the CEQA standards are met, and the city cooperates, and it's not that hard to do. So please preserve this property.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in support of Appeal 1 or 2? None. We will move on to the applicant, allowing 5-minute presentation as soon as Steve collects his belongings.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Margarita Jarabek, Principal Architectural Historian with ESA. I have 38 years of experience and meet the Secretary of Interior's qualification requirements in history and architectural history. Next slide, please. ESA was commissioned to prepare a technical memo in response to the appeal of resolution for the residents at 31526 Valita Road, a single-family, one-story wood frame dwelling built in 1909 to 1910, remodeled in 1928 with later alterations in the 1960s. A simple association with a historic trend is not enough for designation. It must clearly illustrate that trend or be one of the most important properties associated with it. Therefore, ESA finds the property does not meet the requirements of the California or national registers, nor does it qualify for listing under the city's preservation ordinance for its association with the Homestead Act. William Egan was not the first or most important homesteader in South Laguna, and there is little evidence he made a significant impact on history. The surrounding setting is altered and does not convey association with homesteading. Because of its poor integrity, the residents cannot be rehabilitated without substantial upgrades to the building. Next slide. I conducted a site visit to document the property on October 29th, 2025. I reviewed the appeal and associated documents and conducted archival research to verify the construction history of the property and its historic use. I analyzed the integrity of the residence and setting through comparison of the documentary sources with existing conditions. Next slide. The Laguna Beach Homestead map shows the date and locations of the recorded homesteads. The Thurston Homestead of 1879 was the oldest in South Laguna, followed by Napoleon Wilson in 1889, and Thurston Jr., Leon Goff, and Lafayette Thurston in 1891. William Egan's and James Shrewsbury's homesteads were founded at the end of the homestead era on the only remaining available land in South Laguna. Next slide. The Thurston homestead was situated on prime farmland with access to water from Aliso Creek. The two-story homestead, farm fields, and orchard groves demonstrate a prosperous enterprise that led to the establishment by the Thurston family of 2 additional homesteads in South Laguna. Next slide. In contrast, the limited arable land surrounding the Egan homestead was dry and more challenging to farm, had few trees, and relied on rain to water the crops. Next slide. An arid landscape with agricultural buildings surrounded the original cabin to the south, east, and west. Next slide. The 1928 remodel enlarged and upgraded the dwelling, added a 3rd bedroom, and raised and expanded the roof, added new siding, windows, and utilities. Next slide. After Egan's passing in 1930, the family retained ownership until 1956. Subdivision of the homestead land and residential development began in the 50s, and by the 1970s, the home was surrounded by a residential neighborhood. Next slide. The former agricultural buildings and farmlands surrounding the Egan residence are gone, replaced by a residential neighborhood. The primary facade has been altered with clapboard siding and aluminum slider windows. Next slide. The kitchen porch addition serves as an entrance to the kitchen in the original cabin. Next slide. As you can see, the original roof was raised over the cabin. Next slide. The north wing was built in sections extending east to west from the original cabin. Next slide. The west facade has alterations including clapboard siding, windows, a deck, and a south wing extension. Next slide. The poor structural condition is evident with wood posts sitting on the ground. Next slide. Here's the 1960 garage and driveway. Next slide. The setting to the north and northeast is now a conservation area with public trails. Next slide. The agricultural landscape setting is gone. The residence is adversely affected by later alterations. The existing property does not meet the criteria for listing in the national, state, or local registers for association with the Homestead Act. However, from a conservative perspective, because it is part of the general history of the settlement in South Laguna, preparation of a historic American building survey HABS report for the property is recommended as a condition of approval for the project. Alternatively, commemoration of the South Laguna homesteading by a historical marker at the trailhead of the Valito Trail is a publicly accessible option. Relocation of the original cabin for interpretive purposes would be of benefit to the public, but may be cost prohibitive, and a relocation site may be difficult to find. But salvage of selected materials and their donation to a historical society or museum for interpretive purposes would be an option as a condition of approval. Thank you.
Hi, can I ask 2 questions? Is that okay? So in your report, as I understand it, what you're articulating is that none of the area that's currently protected open space had any agricultural purposes. Is that a fair
Correct.
characterization?
That is what is documented in the historic aerial views and in the historic photographs.
Okay.
And one of the slides showed that.
And then the second question is about the building itself, and you're characterizing it as not feasible to rehabilitate. Why is that relevant for purposes of whether it's a historic resource or not?
It's not relevant for purposes of whether or not it's a historic resource. It has to do with historic integrity.
Okay.
However, rehabilitation is an important question because you would need to rehabilitate it to be able to use it. So its condition is valid in the sense that going forward, you would need a full structural retrofit. It would need to be upgraded to code. By the time you got done making all the changes that you would need to make it habitable, you wouldn't have hardly any historic fabric left. So it wouldn't have authenticity as a historic resource, and that could significantly affect its eligibility as a historic resource. So its feasibility for rehabilitation is an important question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there persons here to speak in favor?
I have a brief presentation regarding appeal number 1.
Okay.
Yeah. My name is Adele Chang. I'm with LCRA, the architects for the project. Is there? I'd like to say that the owners of the property they want to be, that's not it. They want to be good neighbors, and they were very accommodating and met with the downhill neighbors a number of times. And we were able to make changes that resulted in their being happy and supportive of the project. However, we only learned about the uphill neighbors concerned the day before the last hearing. So we were not able to make any of the changes. However, next slide, we have proposed to them to do some of these changes. The bright blue square at the top is the location of their daughter's bedroom. And below is sort of the footprint, and I'll go into it more, that shows what we have done. You can see that we've pulled the house down away from the property line, so it's farther away. And also the kind of greenish areas show where we are able to plant trees that are beyond the 10-foot limit with the new fire code. Next slide. So this is, in the pink was the previously approved, in the blue is what we're proposing to the Chamberlains. This is the first floor. Second floor, next slide, is where the most significant changes occurred. In the pink was the previous. You can see the deck that does project out. We had rotated the bedroom and bathroom so that the main view out is towards the ocean view and towards the deck. And the owner was concerned about whether there's enough light. So we did add a small window with the sill height of 6 feet, which is up here, that you shouldn't be able to see out of, and it is frosted glass. The owner did want to put a certain pieces of furniture on that deck, and as a result, it had to be a certain size, even though it's still smaller than the original, but we are proposing a 6-foot tall frosted glass window. Next slide, frosted glass piece. So you can see the pink on the lower is where we removed a window. Next slide. This is the most significant. The light blue on the lower is where you can see the previous building line and where it's been pushed back. And the green window that's horizontal on the second floor, that's the new window. And I think we don't even need to go to the next slide, but these are the proposed changes that part of which were suggested by the Chamberlains, and we'd be happy to do this to help them.
Can I
Thank
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So, so it was the Chamberlain's testimony that in the first iteration of drawings, their privacy, they were satisfied with their privacy, I
Yeah.
think. And then we rotated the structure a bit, I think, to address what another neighbor's concern.
Yes.
And where was that neighbor? Which neighbor was that?
They are downhill from
Okay.
us.
Okay.
And if we go back 2 slides to the site plan, I can indicate one more. One more. Okay, it's the neighbor, the gray footprint on the bottom right corner, the second house down.
Okay.
Is where they're located. And we had made significant changes previously.
And so that satisfied their concern. I don't know if they're going to testify. That satisfied their concern, but it created concern for the Chamberlains.
Yes, but I believe the changes we're proposing really does address their privacy
Okay,
concern.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we cue up my slides, please? Good afternoon,
Steve.
Mayor Orgel and council members and all of the city attorneys. My name is Steve Kawaratani, and I'm going to start off with the primary concern on Appeal 1, and that's privacy. We are willing to accept the condition by staff, but as you saw, Adele is willing to make additional changes that we have reviewed with the Chamberlains. The council and the attorneys are probably going to have a bit of an issue. You know, this project started before the 5 or, the 2 hearing ruling at design review. So we are already at hearing number 4. So we would like to see resolution this afternoon. So basically the board addressed the concerns from the Chamberlains, and they made some findings and concluded that privacy had been addressed. As far as the design review hearing, it went through 3 hearings. There were multiple changes. They looked carefully at the 3 reports from the architectural historians, and they made a conclusion that the project met the design review criteria and also believed that it did not qualify as a resource under CEQA. Next slide, please. You have these photographs in front of you, and sadly what is happening here, and Alex asked the question, can the house be made habitable again? Can it be safe? The answer is yes, but it would further diminish what is already a questionable association with historicity. I know that those who are in support of the appeal are going to say there is one report by a very qualified architectural historian that says that the home qualifies. But in fact, there are 3 others, and these architectural historians are just as qualified and did their research. And the truth is it's a 3-to-1 as far as the reports. And again, the condition is poor. No one has lived in these homes for over 5 years, and therefore the project is, as existent, does not qualify under CEQA. Last slide. So the board did carefully balance neighborhood compatibility, privacy, design articulation, and historic resource concerns. The approval is supported by substantial evidence in the administrative record. Staff is recommending denial of both appeals, and we respectfully request that the council support the findings of the Design Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any persons to speak in opposition of the appeal?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Richard McDonald with Stoner Carlson on behalf of the property owner. I'd like to just address a couple of quick points, if I may. The first is with regard to the Chamberlain's appeal. I think Adele's done a very good job showing you additional conditions of approval that can be added to address it, solve it, and put it to bed. The question, though, with regard to both appeals is not, should you decide it's historic, or should you decide that there is a privacy issue, but rather the issue is, the only issue before you is did the DRB, under Section 25 of your code, is whether or not the DRB proceeded as required by law and whether or not there was substantial evidence in front of it. It was a 4-to-1 vote. That means there's, as staff I think correctly points out, there's no de novo review. There's no replacing your independent judgment with regard to that. There's no debate that there was substantial evidence in front of them. The appellants on appeal number 2 simply don't like the conclusion. That's fine. The question then is, have they presented enough evidence to overcome the presumptions of validity? Have they presented enough evidence to show specifically where in the findings in support of the DRB resolution there was not substantial evidence to support those findings? And the short answer is none of them addressed it, let alone came up with that evidence, let alone came up with a preponderance of evidence. The short answer is there are 3 qualified experts supporting what the DRB did. Beginning at page 42 of the transcript, you have extensive deliberations. They all visited the site. They all talked with the neighbors. They all understood the reports which they admitted reading. There was clearly enough evidence to show in support of their decision, which means that your decision is that much simpler from our perspective. With regard to the issue that seems to be the dividing line here, this is the last one. This is the only one left. As one speaker said, 99.9 of them are gone. As another speaker said, though, nobody knew this was there. So that in and of itself strikes me as somewhat odd. But having said that, the issue isn't, is it the last one? All of the experts agree that the issue is, does it convey the historical significance from the time and era under the various criteria associated with what those experts call integrity? And all of the experts except one said no, and the one that said no ignored most of the reasons why that the others said that it did. The other one that said no, or said yes, it conveys that historical significance, contrary to ESA, contrary to GPA, contrary to Chronicle. They said, yeah, we think it does, but without doing the in-depth research that the other 3 did. In fact, if you go back and look at Chronicle's report, it starts with what is deficient in the HRG report, how it didn't research certain county records, how it didn't research certain other records associated with the property. In fact, the staff report to the Planning Commission specifically said, quote, HRG worked with Ms. Christoph to obtain information regarding the history of the site. The initial historical resource assessment was completed on November 22nd, 2024. Ms. Christoph provided corrections to historic details within the report.
Thank you. I'll allow 30 more seconds.
Which is why we raised the question of viability and validity, and which is why we went out and got another report, which led to the city then getting nonpartisan reports that agreed that it's not historic. So we would ask that you adopt staff's recommendation, which we support. We're supportive of the additional restrictive condition that they approve. We're supportive of additional conditions of approval to implement any of the design alterations to address appeal number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other persons to speak in oppositions of the appeal?
Hello, council members. My name is Lisa Boschnak, and I live at 31538 West Street, which is directly adjacent to the Valito project that we're discussing. And I'm here to support Design Review's approval of this project. I'm just speaking about the Chamberlain's appeal and not about the historic significance and all that. I also emailed a letter and sent pictures previously to the council back in April, so they have those. I reviewed the Chamberlain's appeal and feel their concerns don't reflect the full context. They're concerned with the privacy of their daughter's bedroom, which I understand, but their house is uphill from the project, and we and another neighbor are downhill. Downhill is also the ocean, so it's reasonable to, determine that most of the views of the house, everybody would be looking downhill towards our property. So we initially had the design review board members come out to our house before the first meeting, or maybe it was after the first meeting, I don't remember exactly. But and they came and they toured our property and saw that the way that the first design of the house was oriented, it looked directly into our master bedroom, all the balconies, everything. And then our other neighbor had a concern that it just overlooked his entire backyard. So after that, after that meeting, design review told them to go back, work with homeowners, discuss their concerns, and then come back for the second meeting. We worked with Adele and the homeowner and discussed our concerns. And the compromise we reached was pretty simple. They rotated the house so that there was no direct view. And on their slide, it's their bathroom that's closest to us. So the kind of living space is not over there. It's further out towards the canyon and looking over the ocean view. And they also agreed to maintain the height of their trees along our property line, which over the years of them going through the appeal have filled in quite nicely and are actually now you can't even see that used to be able to see everything from their yard looking up, and now you can't see that. So the result now, we think it, balances privacy, views, and aesthetics, and we would like the, design review board's decision upheld and see something built there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition to the appeal?
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Quilter, and I live in a house almost as old as the Egan place. And it is my hope that when the next owner tries to muck around with it, that the community will stand up and keep any damage from happening to this old house. I think what we have here is trying to balance the right of our community to dictate to our neighbors what they can and cannot do with their property. We have a lot more restrictions in that area than most communities, and it's kept us looking like the hometown we love. But I think the two parts that jump out at me is that the fact that we are, as our lawyer, just not my lawyer, but the lawyer for this gentleman over here pointed out, we're saving a house that no one knew existed, which is a huge irony in and of itself. I would be very surprised if the immediate neighbors would support the idea of it becoming an important historic destination that we can brag about as a tourist attraction. Most of the important historical buildings that we've saved have been clearly visible from everywhere by everyone. And I think that is why we work so hard to preserve them. The property sits at the end of a cul-de-sac, and a point was made in the appeal that it should be protected as a coastal scenic resource because it can be seen from the Tuvet Trail. Now, I never knew there was a Tuvet Trail, but I never knew there was a Valito Road either. And I was, I date back to 1957 in town. So I was curious about how important an issue that was. And according to Google Maps, the nearest vantage point from the Tuvet Trail to the house is 1,000 feet plus a few feet. And I'm sorry, that doesn't that's pretty far-fetched. I think what we've got here is a historic resource that vanished long ago. It's essentially fallen apart. I agree with the people who say gluing it back together and restoring it, at great expense to whom, by the way? Who do we burden with the expense of doing this that justifies doing it? But if in the doing of it, we have something that's no longer historic, I'm not sure what we've accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition of the appeal?
Hi, my name is Gary Handley. My wife and I, Stacy, we are probably your newest members of the community. We moved into 31532 Valito at Labor Day weekend. After 10 years looking nightly on Zillow, we found the house, pulled the trigger. We couldn't be happier. But one thing that came clear while we're looking to buy the house, we're in escrow, is how impossible it was to get insurance. You may not think you have an insurance problem, but we sure did. We were under a very tight close, less than 30 days. So we engaged through a colleague, a senior member of Hub International, which is a big player in insurance. They went out to 13 different brokers across the country to find insurance for our property, and they all declined, every one of them. Not 3 insurance companies, 3 brokers, and all their network of insurance companies. We were 24 hours away from stepping away from buying the house because we couldn't get insurance. It was because our house wasn't hardened. Because you look at our house, it's hardened, it's concrete with the ember vents, everything. It's the surrounding area. And if you look at the property, the Valito House property, it is rustic, to be kind. There's a garage, I guess you call it a garage. It's more like a garage size matchbox on the property line. You could never build that house in today's environment. It would never be approved for safety or fire or anything. But just for sheer luck, we got insurance. It wasn't Fair Plan, it was somebody else. But I know it had to do with that property. I understand historic significance, and I understand everybody wants to try to, honor the past, and there's a lot to be said for that. But the current condition is completely unsustainable. I went there to walk by the property, and something darted out of the garage. I hope it was rabbit. It could have been a coyote, who knows? But it's pretty rustic up there, and so whatever people decide to do with that property, either tear it down and build something that would withstand the current fire code, or just someone's going to undertake the cost of preserving it. That's a big lift. So I'm in favor of the design review, just because the current state is unsustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition to the appeal, 1 or 2?
Hello, council members. My name is Justin Boschnak, and I live at 31538 West Street. And this is a challenging property because it doesn't deal with one neighbor, but it has to deal with 5. And even one is very difficult sometimes in Laguna Beach. Even if it was historical, everybody would be trespassing because it's a private driveway that's owned by the former speaker. They own the easement on that driveway. Nobody could see it. It's not like the lumberyard or even Ms. Christoph's building on PCH, which is beautifully restored, and everybody could see it and enjoy it. There was 120 years to make this historical. If it was that important, and the homesteading on this particular lot was that important, why are we waiting till now to do this to the property owner? That's all I ask, is like, it doesn't make any sense. What are we gonna have, school children come and Valito hikers coming in when we're all taking a nap, screaming down the driveway, saying how nice those rotted planks look? I mean, this belongs in museums and history books. And actually, what I think a really good compromise would be, because I think the history is really cool. I've never learned so much about the Egan's and the Shrewsburys. I've learned more about them than the presidents, and what I think they should do is take some of the least rotted planks from that house, and they should make a beautiful, where the Valito Trail is in the city right away, They should make a very nice memorial or some kind of something with a bronze plaque that said, "This used to be the homestead of William Egan." Because I do think the history is nice and where we all started with Thurston and Shrewsbury and how Laguna got started after California became a state in 1850 and after the Homestead Act. But it definitely does not have any historical significance any longer, because the whole purpose of homesteading, signed by Abraham Lincoln, was to incentivize people after the Civil War to move out west to make infrastructure and utilities. So, I mean, you might as well let the power poles be historic, because they were in 1920 and they served for utility infrastructure. But they're not valid anymore because times change. It's 126 years later. Weather changes, people change, and Laguna will look different in another 120 years from now. So I think both of these appeals should be thrown in the garbage, and we should value the integrity of the design review. And I also would suggest that the council do use some of the materials when they demolish the building and make some sort of memorable thing, because right there, you're talking about 70 feet from where the house is at the entrance of Valito Trail that all the hikers could see and everybody could enjoy, where for the last 100 years, no one didn't even know it existed, as demonstrated. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. There's so many hearings on this. Everything's being undergrounded now on West Street, and the reconstruction of the house will actually coincide perfectly with the undergrounding of the streets. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition of the appeal? None? We'll move to the appellant rebuttal. Appeal 1, appellant rebuttal.
I don't have much to rebuttal. I think, as we demonstrated, we have already talked with the architect and have found solutions that we think are right. I will say that the argument about uphill versus downhill, this house, the floor that we are talking about is equal to our house, so it's not necessarily like one above the other or anything like that. And then I'm a little bit confused by the people that are neighbors that are against this. The only thing that we have that would affect them at all is we asked for everything that we think would be great, and the only thing that we asked in addition would be the rotation back somewhat. But everything else that we talked about tonight has nothing to do with their property, so we're a little bit baffled by that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
So could I just to clarify, if the changes that the architect outlined here in the presentation were made, would you and your wife be accepting of that, or is there still outstanding issues?
It's certainly better than where we were at the end of design review. If we are asking for everything, we would like that. So it's hard to explain, I guess, but there's the bedroom that was made as a retaining wall or like a visible blocker for the main issue that we have, which is that balcony is kind of looking straight into our daughter's bedroom, but it doesn't fully cover it. So if we had our way perfectly, we would want that to be tucked in there rather than sticking out still a little bit. And then, the other thing is like the whole issue became an issue when the rotation happened and all of that content was put on that side rather than the other side. I will say we totally understood and supported why our neighbors were against this. And we understood all the design choices that Adele made at that time, but what it did is it introduced problems for us that weren't there in the initial design review. So that rotation was part of that, and then moving all that content to that side and made it so that house is kind of just looking right at our house and specifically our daughter's bedroom. So if we had everything, then we would take what they had, tuck that deck back, and then rotate it back just a little bit. But I will say what they proposed today is vastly better than what was approved in design review.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rebuttal for appeal 2.
I just will go through some of the comments that were made. The comment was made that there are earlier homesteads and maybe more prominent ones, which is very true. There were earlier ones because they started in the 1870s. And the Egans did get the leftover parcels, but that does not make them less valid as a homesteader. And in fact, the beautiful Victorian house that the Thurstons had, that was not their homestead house. They had a cabin before that they tore down to make the Victorian house. So the Egan's is an original house with the homesteads, and the Thurstons was torn down before that. I mean, the Victorian house certainly would have been historic as well, and it looks very beautiful in the photographs, but the fact is, it's not there anymore. We can't save it. So this is the only one we can save, and to not save it seems very short-sighted and very detrimental to the whole idea of Laguna Beach respecting its history and being involved in its heritage and giving the message of being sensitive to the past and to using the past to guide our future. They're saying no one never knew it existed. So what? That's why it's still here. That's why it wasn't torn down. And there's reasons why things survive, and that's probably the reason for that one. But that doesn't make it less important to save. I just have to say about the condition of the house that James Henry, who was on the Heritage Committee and also on the board of the Civic Association, looked at it and he said, I've restored houses much worse than this. He was not intimidated by the condition. And I knew the family who lived there until the house was sold. So thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have a response to any of the testimony? None? How about council? Any questions for the appellant, applicant, or the public or staff?
Excuse me just a second.
Oh.
Could you please ask HRG to give their input?
I had a question for HRG. So is the historian from HRG here? Oh, yeah. Hi. Hi, thank you for being here. And thank you for the reports. It was very interesting to read and learn about the history. So I think I read in your report as well as the ESA report, and that was kind of related to the questions I was asking earlier about whether, so I guess, are you disputing do you agree that the current preserved open space was never developed for farmland?
I don't, this is Mariana Ruiz from our firm as well. She did most of the research.
Okay.
I don't think we made that determination.
Because I think as I read, you were from the report, it indicated that from your report, it indicated that the first land that was developed as homes was the area where the farming and homesteading took place. So I'm just trying to confirm if I'm accurately interpreting what was stated in the report.
I believe that most of the farming did occur in more of the flatlands than the steep terrains, but we can't confirm whether there was an apiary or, bee farm, potentially. We don't know that. But from our research, it seems like most of the farming did take place in the flatlands.
And then I guess the question for one of the prongs is about setting. Does it matter that the farmland and the tools associated with the farmland doesn't exist today, that was developed with homes for purposes of figuring out if the criteria would apply?
I don't believe so. I think the setting, even though it has changed over time.
Do you want to just put your mic? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
I believe that the change in the setting does not affect the significance of the property, because the property, we are not assessing the property in terms of agricultural significance, even though, of course, it was a big part of the Homestead Act and a big part of the development of Laguna Beach, but we're really looking at the significance in terms of settlement and how these homesteads as a collective between all of them from the north to the south led to the development of not just the southern part, but the entirety of Laguna Beach. And that's really what we are assessing and basing our findings on.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, if I could. So, I mean, there's 7 elements to integrity, right, that all the historians have outlined. And I think you acknowledged in your original report that this one wasn't one of the factors that this property continued to have. But you did determine the other 6 factors to be present?
We did, yes.
And then can you comment on, so integrity doesn't really talk about condition of property. Can one of you speak about how should we view condition of property in making a determination of historicity?
It shouldn't be considered. Condition is not integrity.
I understand it's not one of the 7 aspects, but I mean, integrity is not the only aspect of historicity either. But so I'm just asking, I'm asking more broadly.
Okay, integrity and significance is what we look at to evaluate a historic resources. We don't look at condition. That's not, at least I don't look at condition when I'm assessing a historic resource.
And that's not required under any of the standards?
No.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the public or any of the applicants or?
One more question for HRG. So there was testimony about from the other historic consultant who's been involved in this about the fact that there have been, I think that in your memo, you can see that there have been a lot of changes and updates to the property over the period since it was developed. And there was testimony that it would not be possible to rehabilitate it to historic standards. So I think it's a little bit of a follow-up question on to what Bob was saying. But if restoring it would to have habitability, if that would undermine the historicity, is that something that we should contemplate in our analysis?
That's sort of, I'm not sure. I mean, you're looking into the future. I don't know if we can say that as a fact. I mean, it depends who, restores the property, who rehabilitates it. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Could I
Yeah, go ahead.
ask a clarifying question on that? I think what my colleague is asking is there, in your professional opinion, a way in which this property could be rehabilitated and restored that would not take away from its historical significance?
Yes, I
Is
believe
that your
there is.
question?
Yeah, if that's your question, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one quick question. There doesn't seem to be much emphasis put on the local significance. Do you have any comments about the local significance, historical significance?
When we were tasked with writing our report, we were tasked with determining if it was a historic resource per the ordinance in Laguna Beach. And we only looked at National Register and California Register because California Register is the determining factor. So we did not look at local eligibility. I think it would be. I mean, we didn't do the evaluation. Does that answer your
Yes.
question? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, then I will close the public testimony and we can deliberate on the project.
So if I could have a question or two for our city attorneys. I don't know which one, but there's 3 of them up here. I don't know who's going to answer. So with respect to Appeal 2 and the determination of whether this is a historic resource or not, what's our standard of review?
Councilmember Whalen, under the Appeal 2 relates to effectively a CEQA question. So for CEQA appeals, we have a de novo hearing. To the extent just to answer a question you didn't ask, the standard of review for the design review component is a different standard that's prescribed by our code, but specifically for the CEQA determination, it's a de novo hearing. then in your determination as to the historic resource itself, that's a substantial evidence standard.
Right. So that was going to be my follow-on question. And we've got multiple reports, obviously, conflicting conclusions, right? So can you articulate for us a little bit about the substantial evidence standard and what applies there?
Yes, Councilmember, substantial evidence is defined in the CEQA guidelines, which we'll use here since we're doing a CEQA analysis, as enough relevant information and reasonable inferences from this information that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion, even though other conclusions might also be reached. So effectively, if there is sufficient evidence before you that you find that a fair argument can be made that it is or is not historic, you can make that finding, even if there is evidence in the record that you could make a contrary conclusion.
Thank you.
That's a lawyer answer for.
Sue?
Oh, I'm still thinking over here.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Jones?
I'll start off and then I'll see what my colleagues have to say. I mean, we clearly have conflicting evidence. There's, but I don't think we have to weigh the volume of pros and cons. I think we have to determine, as the city attorney said, whether there's substantial evidence in the record for us to draw a fair conclusion. So we're talking about, under the whole historic structure, this falls under the category of discretionary resource, right? And we have to make a determination then under CEQA, where does this property fall? And without going into a great amount of analysis, because it's all been here in front of us, I think there is enough evidence in the record to, support this as an historic resource. I think it's just the history of it, the Homestead Act connection, the development of the property in the early 1900s, the fact that it's still retained there today. I was concerned about the question of condition, which seems to not play into, apparently, according to the expert, does not play into a determination of a historic resource or not. So I'll stop there, but I think there's enough evidence in the records. There's substantial evidence in the record to support finding that this is a historic resource.
I agree with my colleague. I think that there is substantial evidence, even though there is also some contradictory evidence or some contrary evidence. The piece that is most compelling to me is the historic integrity of the structure. And I really appreciate the clarity around condition versus integrity and the difference between those two things.
So I'm just going to walk through my analysis here because I like to, and I appreciate what my colleague said. It's always helpful for me to try to think through how I'm looking at this problem. And I spent a lot of time reading all the reports associated with this. As I indicated earlier, the way I see it, the Egan family story is part of the founding history of South Laguna. That's indisputable. I think that story deserves to be remembered. But the question before the council is really not whether that matters, because it does matter. The question is whether this meets the standard, the legal standard for historic resources. And Councilmember Whalen indicated what that threshold would be. So for purposes of this of my analysis, I'm going to concede that take the applicants at their best, or take the HRG report and take the appellants at their best case, assuming there is significance here. So then the question becomes one about integrity. And as I read through the analysis, I think this all comes down to the Homestead Act, of 1862. And really about the intent and the clear purpose of what that was about, which was about agriculture, not residences, and not about preserving pristine wilderness, which I'm glad that in this case that took place. The historic activity is farming. It's not the cottage. The integrity must, to have integrity, I think the setting is very critical for that analysis. I understand that you don't have to meet every single criteria, but homesteading, I think, is uniquely about setting. And so that's where I'm really focusing my analysis. And I think it's from reading both the HRG memo and the ESA technical memo, I think it's clear that there's no evidence to suggest that the associated farmland, which is really core to the Homestead Act, was not where the pristine, hilly, now wilderness exists, which I'm very grateful to exist. It's a big part of my childhood being able to go on those trails. But in the HRG memo, the evidence is presented that the first area that was developed as homes was the area where the farming took place, where the homesteading activity took place. And so the way that I see it when I apply the substantial evidence test before us is that for this to be really a historic resource, because it represents the Homestead Act, you would need to have the existing the area preserved where there was the farming. And in the HRG memo, it cites basically in defense of the idea that you could, in theory, have a 40-acre homestead that was tightly sandwiched among development, which is the case here. That doesn't mean that it loses its integrity. And the excerpt goes on to say that you wouldn't need to retain all the acreages. But then I pulled up the source, and what the Stein's paper on on homesteading and for purposes of determining historic resources explicitly says is that the character defining features of integrity are the areas of significance where you had tanks, fields, corrals, work areas. That doesn't exist today. And so I think that what we have is the preserved area is the beautiful trails and the open space that exists that was never suitable for agricultural farming. So I think that really contradicts the whole idea that this is historic based off of the Homestead Act and the legacy associated with that. And so, and then there's the question of the building itself. And I think in HRG's memo, it clearly articulates that there have been a lot of improvements. In the 1940s, there was a utility room addition. 1970, there was a south wing shed, roof addition, and a raised deck with aluminum sliding windows replacing wood sash and horizontal clapboard replacing the original board and batten on the south wing. In 2005, fiberglass re-roofing. So it's really hard to say that there's integrity associated with the existing building. And so the way I see it when I think about what the Homestead Act was all about, what the intent of that was, I don't see how the evidence in front of us supports the idea that it's a historic resource because the farming areas don't exist today. So that's how I'm looking at this. Interested to hear what Mark and Sue think.
Yeah, that was a good analysis. So I watched the design review board hearing this morning, so it'd be fresh in my mind. And what kind of struck me, well, first of all, I went to visit the site. I didn't go inside the house because there are all these, I don't know, flag banners and tripwires. And I was telling Ann, like, it's a little scary to walk around there. I didn't know what, was going to fall over on something. But the house to me looked like a mishmash combination of things. It didn't look like, usually you see an old cottage, you can see like what it was intended to look like or what it looked like. But this to me liked a piece part thing and in horrible condition. And I was thinking about that in the context of, and I know we're not supposed to consider the condition, but the historical features on the house, other than, what Ann showed as the board and batten, the kind of the different kind of style of the wood siding was interesting. But as Alex said, aluminum windows, some funky deck back there. And so it just didn't strike me as having historic integrity. And the other thing is, Ann was showing me I had a very interesting discussion with Ann about it, but she showed me the map of what it used to look like, and all the parcels were sold off, and it was sold off over quite a period of time, as somebody chronicled. And so there's only this one piece of the pie left, which I know gets everybody all anxious, like to save this, but I don't know, I don't really think much of the house. So I don't think, personally, I don't think the house is a historic resource. I think the idea of the property, I like the idea of the property, but as a historic resource, I don't even know how you'd rehabilitate that. I really don't. So that's kind of where I am.
Yeah, excuse me, I do agree that the property in total is very important, and it's a big component of its historicity. However, I do think that the remnants, what's left of the property, is significant, and it's where life took place. It's where the family lived, and it's where memories were made. So we have what we have left, and I think it's important. When it comes to, when I was young, I had the opportunity to work on a lot of historic buildings, and oftentimes I would go and look at these things and think, oh my gosh, there's not much left here. And then I think about the cottages over at Crystal Cove, what some of those looked like prior to the renovation. So I know it's hard to imagine how these structures could come back to life, but they can indeed be brought back to life. So I am with Bob and Hallie, and I do think that there's merit to their historicity. So I will close the, is there any other comments before I close the hearing? I will close the hearing, and then we will call for a motion or further deliberation.
I think we'd be based on the stated comments, which looks like a 3-2 vote, and we would be directing staff to prepare and return at a future meeting with a resolution overturning the board approval with findings in support of overturning the board approval and denying the project.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
3 in favor, 2 opposed. Are you out for a break? Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute break.
See you soon.
the denial of CDP 2026-0148 at 238 Chiquita Street. Do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh,
and
here,
mem-
wait a second. Do we have any disclosures of ex parte? Anybody? Bob, any ex parte disclosures on this?
I met, on Appeal B, no. Yes, I did receive a call from Mark Lewis a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, any others? Okay, we will open the public hearing and have our staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. This item is an appeal of the board's denial of a coastal development permit, or CDP, for a proposed detached ADU at 238 Chiquita Street. This presentation will cover the project background, the proposed project, the appeal contentions, staff's responses to those contentions, CEQA, the applicable standard of review, council's options, and a staff recommendation. The primary issues in this appeal are whether the proposed ADU is compatible with the site and surrounding neighborhood context, whether it would adversely affect a designated historic resource and its visual setting, whether the board properly relied on the historic analysis in the records, and whether the project is required to go through discretionary CDP review despite being an ADU. The subject property is located at 238 Chiquita Street. It is developed with an existing single-family residence that is a designated historic resource and is subject to a Mills Act contract. The site is located in the R2 residential medium density zone within the coastal zone. Because the property is located in the coastal zone, the proposed ADU requires a CDP. The existing historic residence is visually prominent from Chiquita Street. The project site and its immediate surroundings are characterized by a pattern of residential development where front yard areas and the relationship between the street and their primary residence contribute to neighborhood character. The craftsman-style residence was constructed between 1925 and 26. The property's potential historic significance was first identified during the 1980-81 Historic Inventory Survey. In 2009, the property owner voluntarily added the residence to the city's historic register and entered into a Mills Act contract with the city, which provides a property tax reduction in exchange for the continued restoration and preservation of the historic resource. Because the property is listed in the local register and has a Mills Act contract, it is a presumptive historic resource. The proposed project consists of a new detached ADU that would be 799 square feet and 2 stories in height with a maximum height of 16 feet. The ADU would be located in front of the existing historic residence between the historic home and Chiquita Street. A new carport is also proposed. The proposed building site coverage is approximately 48%, which exceeds the otherwise applicable 42.88% standard. The board has discretion to consider increased site coverage in certain circumstances, but in this case, the board found that excess coverage was not justified because the project would adversely affect neighborhood compatibility, public views, and the historic resource. Most importantly, the proposed ADU would be placed immediately in front of the historic residence. The record indicates that the ADU would obscure much of the historic residence's primary facade and alter the established spatial relationship between the home, the front yard, and the street. The history of this application began before the current ADU plans were submitted. In January of 2023, Saphos prepared an analysis evaluating an earlier ADU design for consistency with the Secretary of the Interior's standards, or SOIS. In July of 2023, HRG, Historic Resources Group, prepared a peer review of the Saphos analysis. HRG disagreed with Saphos, finding that the project was inconsistent with the SOIS. The current ADU application was submitted in November of 2024, and the current design was submitted in July 2025. HRG then provided an updated compliance analysis in January of 2026 to evaluate the current design. Once again, HRG did not find the project consistent with the SOIS. On February 23rd, 2026, the Heritage Committee reviewed the project and recommended denial by a 5-0 vote. The matter then proceeded to the board. On February 26th, the board considered the project and continued the item to allow revisions to the draft resolution. And on March 12th, the board voted 3-0 to deny the project. An appeal of that decision was filed on March 18th. The appellant raises 8 primary contentions. The appellant contends that the board made erroneous neighborhood compatibility findings, the board improperly relied on the HRG report, that the application was deemed complete by operation of law, that there is no significant coastal view impact, that the board improperly treated the historic resource as a coastal resource, that the ADU should be approved ministerially under state ADU law, that CEQA was misapplied, and that the denial constitutes a regulatory taking. Staff disagrees with each of these contentions. First, the appellant argues that the project is compatible with surrounding neighborhood and that the board improperly focused on the existing historic residence rather than the broader neighborhood. Staff disagrees. The board conducted a site-specific analysis of the immediate Chiquita Street context. Neighborhood compatibility is not determined only by whether other 2-story structures exist nearby. The board was required to evaluate the project in relation to the specific conditions of this site, including the location of the existing historic residence, the established front yard pattern, the relationship of the home to the street, and the project's effect on the visual character of the property. Here, the proposed ADU would be located in front of the historic residence. It would be 16 feet tall, approximately 31 feet wide, and placed close to the primary facade of the historic home. The frontmost facade of the historic residence is approximately 20 feet wide, meaning the ADU would be wider than the historic structure it would sit in front of. The board found that the ADU's height, width, and placement would obscure the historic residence and disrupt the existing front yard open space pattern. The board also found that the requested excess site coverage was not justified. For these reasons, staff concludes that the board's neighborhood compatibility finding is supported by substantial evidence in the record. And shown on the screen here is a map depiction of North Laguna, generally extending west of the downtown specific plan boundary, out to Irvine Cove, up to the unincorporated Emerald Bay area. Within North Laguna here, we have 72 properties that are listed in the historic register or otherwise known historic resources. Number of properties with ADUs constructed in front of a historic resource. Today, that number is 0. The appellant argues that the board improperly relied on HRG's analysis and should have relied instead on the applicant's historic consultant. Staff disagrees. The board considered multiple historic evaluations, including the Saphos analysis and HRG's peer review and updated compliance analysis. It sometimes happens that historic consultants reach different conclusions. When that occurs, the decision-making body sitting as the finder of fact is to weigh the competing evidence and determine which analysis it finds more persuasive. In this case, HRG evaluated the project's consistency with the SOIS, including standards 2, 4, and 9. HRG focused on the proposed ADU's impact on the historic residence's character-defining features, its spatial relationship to the street, and the visibility of the historic resource from the public right-of-way. HRG concluded that the proposed ADU would impair the public's ability to view and understand the historic residence because it would be located directly in front of the home and would block much of the primary facade. HRG also found that the project would alter the historic spatial relationship between the house, the front yard, and the street. The board was entitled to find HRG's conclusions more persuasive, particularly because those conclusions were tied directly to the physical conditions of the site and the applicable historic preservation standards. The appellant contends that the application was deemed complete by operation of law and that the city improperly requested additional information, including staking and a historic peer review. Staff disagrees. The board evaluated the project on its merits and did not deny the project because of application completeness. The denial was based on the board's inability to make the required CDP findings, including findings related to neighborhood compatibility, coastal scenic resources, public views, and consistency with applicable historic preservation policies. Requests for additional materials, such as staking or historic analysis, were appropriate because the city needed to evaluate the project's site-specific visual and historic impacts. The use of a peer review consultant is also a standard practice when evaluating projects involving historic resources. Even if there were a dispute over completeness, that dispute does not affect the validity of the board's decision because the board considered the project and denied it based on substantive findings. The appellant argues that the board failed to apply the correct standard for evaluating public view impacts and that any coastal view impact is not significant. Staff disagrees. The applicable CDP finding does not require that the city apply a separate CEQA-style significance threshold. The finding requires that the proposed development not adversely affect coastal scenic resources. The LCP also requires protection of public coastal views to the maximum extent feasible. The board considered the project's effect on public views from Chiquita Street because the ADU would be located in front of the existing residence, and because of its height and placement. The board found that the project would obstruct existing public views from the public right-of-way. The board also considered the visibility of the historic residence as part of the coastal visual setting. In other words, the visual issue was not limited only to blue water ocean views. It also includes the project's effect on the visual relationship between the public street and the historic resource. The availability of other views elsewhere along the street does not eliminate the impact to existing views from this location. The appellant argues that the board improperly treated the historic residence as a coastal resource or visitor serving facility. Staff disagrees. The board's denial was not based on a finding that the property is a visitor serving facility. Instead, the board evaluated the project for consistency with the certified LCP, including policies related to community character, visual compatibility, historic resources, and coastal scenic resources. Historic resources are relevant in the coastal zone because the Coastal Act and the city's LCP protect community character, visual quality, and cultural resources. The issue here is not that the historic residence is being treated as a beach, park, or visitor serving use. The issue is that the proposed ADU would impair the visibility, setting, and spatial relationship of a designated historic resource in a way that conflicts with applicable LCP policies. The board found that the ADU's placement in front of the residence would obscure the primary facade and alter the way the historic resource is experienced from the public right-of-way. The appellant argues that the ADU should have been approved ministerially under state ADU law. Staff disagrees. State ADU law does apply in the coastal zone, but it does not supersede the Coastal Act. The Government Code expressly provides that state ADU law does not lessen or supersede the Coastal Act, except that no public hearing is required for CDP applications for ADUs. In Laguna Beach, ADUs are located in the coastal zone, require a CDP when required by the certified LCP. This project is not eligible for purely ministerial approval because it requires discretionary CDP review under the certified LCP. The board did not deny the project based solely on zoning standards, such as site coverage. Rather, the board found that the project failed to meet required CDP findings and applicable LCP policies, including policies related to visual compatibility, coastal resources, and historic preservation. Comparisons to other ADUs are also not determinative because this property has unique site-specific circumstances, including a Mills Act historic resource and the proposed ADU's location in front of that resource. The appellant argues that CEQA was misapplied. Staff disagrees. Because the board denied the project, CEQA does not apply pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15270, which applies to projects that are rejected or disapproved by a public agency. The board's denial did not rely on a CEQA exemption or on a CEQA impact analysis. Instead, the board denied the project because it could not make the required CDP findings. Even if CEQA were applicable, the project may not qualify for a categorical exemption because the record includes evidence that the project could adversely affect a historic resource. But for purposes of the board's action, the key point is that CEQA does not apply to a denial. The appellant's CEQA arguments therefore do not invalidate the board's decision. The appellant argues that denial of the ADU constitutes a regulatory taking. Staff disagrees. The denial of this particular ADU design does not deprive the property of all economically beneficial use. The property remains developed with a functional single-family residence that was previously expanded. A reduction in development potential or denial of one specific project design does not constitute a taking. The property is also subject to the Coastal Act, the city's certified LCP, and a Mills Act contract. The Mills Act is a voluntary agreement that provides property tax benefits in exchange for preservation obligations, and the property was voluntarily placed on the local historic register. The board's action reflects the city's lawful exercise of its police power to apply coastal, zoning, and historic preservation standards. The denial does not prevent all development on the property, and alternative compliant ADU designs may still be possible. And that brings us to the City Council options this afternoon. First, the City Council may adopt the attached resolution upholding the board's denial and finding that CEQA does not apply. Second, the City Council may direct staff to return with a resolution overturning the board's denial, approving the project, and finding the project exempt from CEQA under a Class 3 categorical exemption, subject to conditions. Third, the council may direct staff to return with a resolution remanding the project to the board with further direction. That direction may include preparation of an initial study under CEQA if the council determines that additional environmental review is warranted. If the City Council upholds the board's denial, CEQA does not apply pursuant to section 15270 of the guidelines because it does not apply to a project that is denied. And as previously mentioned, council could also consider a Class 303 exemption for new construction. Another option that is available to the City Council this afternoon is to provide direction to the applicant for purposes of considering an alternative project design in conjunction with a CEQA determination for such an alternative. And if the council would like, city staff could walk the council through the standard of review for this appeal, as well as the definition of an abuse of discretion. And that brings us to the staff recommendation for this appeal, which is to conduct a public hearing, take testimony, and ultimately adopt a resolution which upholds the board's denial of the project, denying the appeal, and finding that CEQA does not apply. That concludes the staff presentation, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions of staff from council?
Oh, and excuse me, I did want to mention that HRG, Laura Jansen, the senior architectural historian that did the peer review on this project, is available to answer questions as well.
Thank you.
Anthony, on your last slide, I think it was maybe on the final contention, you said, it's not a taking because an alternative compliant design may still be possible. Has through this whole process, has there been any discussion of an alternative location like a garage conversion or something?
Thank you for that question, council member. Staff did offer that suggestion at a meeting with the property owner quite a few months ago at this point. It was clear that that was a non-starter for the applicant, so we continued processing the application before you. The suggestion that staff put forward, which again was not explored in any substantive way, was to convert the garage, which through this project was proposed to be rendered obsolete because the proposed project would essentially sever the access from the street to the garage. So this project could potentially involve a conversion of that garage. May also include a single-story addition in front of that garage to capture some additional square footage as well.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for the city attorney. So the appellant's letter indicated, and I think this is accurate, that in under the current state ADU law, which is always changing, that only homes that are on the California register are could have potential impacts on ADUs, not necessarily a local register. Is that your understanding? And then I'm going to get in the Coastal Act questions next. So
Yeah, so I was going to distinguish there between the ADU law and the Coastal Act. So the ADU law has specific requirements. The California Register is called out there.
yes.
The analysis that the city is undertaking is related to the city's Coastal Act authority through its issuance of the CDP, and the historic resource analysis is distinct from the ADU statute.
And why is it that, ADUs are ministerial, right? What does the ADU statute say about the Coastal Act?
Councilmember Runagi, the ADU statute, like other housing law statutes, has a provision that provides that nothing in that statute, so nothing in the ADU statute, shall lessen the effect of the Coastal Act. In other words, the city should apply its Coastal Act authority in analyzing and that is why we issue a coastal development permit in conjunction with the ADU. That's distinct from cities that are not in the coastal zone. They don't go through that process. But because of the Coastal Savings Act clause in the state ADU law, the city has an obligation to also protect its coastal resources.
And then, so this property is on the historic register in exchange for being part of the Mills Act, I think since 2009. Maybe Matt, can you confirm and explain what the Mills Act is to me?
Sure. The Mills Act is essentially an incentive program, and it provides tax reductions, property tax reductions, with the idea that that money is reinvested to preserving and maintaining the historic resource.
And then is our historic resource element in our historic ordinance, is that part of our certified local coastal plan, which has been certified by the California Coastal Commission?
Yeah, I'll go ahead
Yes.
and jump in. Yeah, the short answer is yes. And I can probably go one further as well. The California Coastal Commission, during a previous appeal for a previous property, basically affirmed the historic resource protection in our certified LCP, such that not only are we as the city saying that the historic resource protections in our LCP are valid, but the Coastal Commission itself on an appeal also, asserted that those are valid and proper regulations.
Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Other questions? None. I will open public testimony, starting with the applicant appellant, allowing 5 minutes for their presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Orgill, City Council members. I am Edwin Kissel, representing homeowner Jonathan Lukoff in his appeal. City Council can set things right by granting the appeal. The Design Review Board's denial contorted facts and law to prevent a homeowner from building a guaranteed allowance ADU. This project complies with all applicable requirements, and the DRB's decision should be reversed. Slide, please. Mr. Lukoff has lived in the home since 2007. It's an R2 zoned lot in a neighborhood with 2-unit homes. Mr. Lukoff purchased with understanding that he could build a second unit. The home was in poor condition when Mr. Lukoff bought it, and he put in extensive efforts to restore and preserve the home. Slide, please. The Bill Dickey designed ADU will enable the needs of Mr. Lukoff's family to be met. Under state ADU law, cities cannot impose lot coverage, front setback, or other specific requirements that prevent an owner from constructing an 800 square foot ADU. Based on the application date, we agree with staff that the controlling ADU ordinance for Laguna is 1687 and 1691, incorporated into the city's local coastal program per LCP Amendment 21-8239. Under these provisions, Mr. Lukoff has a guaranteed allowance for up to 850 square foot ADU. Slide, please. The fact that the proposed ADU meets guaranteed allowance criteria is not in dispute by the city. The legal consequence is that the ADU obtains ministerial approval provided that coastal development findings are satisfied. Slide, please. The ADU ordinance preempts application of other development standards. The DRB's decision is legally invalid because it applied preemptive standards like lot coverage. By operation of the ADU ordinance, this ADU is deemed consistent with the general plan, which includes LCP elements such as land use element and open space conservation element. You will hear from Carrie, a historic consultant, showing the project complies with the Secretary of the Interior standards. Again, these are preempted by the ADU ordinance. Per the HCD, in the coastal zone, it's important that the city apply standards that are certified to be part of the LCP and that those standards are reasonably applied. Here, the DRB's decision both applies standards inapplicable under the city ADU ordinance portion of the certified LCP and does not reasonably analyze coastal resource LCP standards that do apply. Furthermore, if an ADU is denied, both state ADU law and the city ADU ordinance require the applicant be provided with comments that describe how the application can be remedied. No such comments were provided by the DRB or city staff, which is another violation. Slide, please. Reasonable analysis of CDP findings would conclude that the project complies with the LCP requirements. As demonstrated in my public views correspondence, the DRB did not perform the legally required significance analysis for determining adverse effect. For the visual compatibility finding, the DRB cherry-picked the facts and scope to arrive at a predetermined outcome and ignored the totality of the circumstances. City records demonstrate that R2 uses, meaning duplex uses of the neighborhood, predominate. Building the ADU at the setback provides a more cohesive and consistent visual appearance in the neighborhood, given the front setbacks of the other neighboring properties. HRG noted the visual compatibility of the siding materials, flat roof, and window geometry of the ADU. Carrie's presentation will demonstrate there's no significant impact to the historic home by the proposed ADU. And finally, the Mills Act does not supersede constitutional or statutory obligations, and the city is bound by the implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. Mr. Lukoff fulfilled his obligations under the Mills Act by restoring and maintaining his historic home. He now asks for approval of an ADU to meet the needs of his family. Slide, please. The HCD is keenly engaged in watching to see what City Council decides to do. Granting the appeal will avoid the potential for HCD to get involved with enforcement action. Mr. Lukoff has also suffered through procedural violations. The mandatory 60-day timeline for ministerial decision was not met, nor was the 60-day timeline for processing of the CDP. Granting the appeal avoids litigation risk and judicial review, where the city loses control of the process and incurs significant costs. Slide, please. Granting the appeal ensures legal compliance, supports housing policy goals, and ensures the needs of Mr. Lukoff's family are met. We urge the City Council to set things right by granting the appeal. Thank you.
Next slide, please. My presentation is very short and sweet. Good afternoon, Carrie Chasteen with Alta Archaeological Consulting, formerly Safos Environmental. At the request of the property owner, I reviewed the revised ADU design and corresponding HRG design review memo dated January 26th of this year. The HRG memo incorrectly asserts the revised design does not meet the standards for rehabilitation. As highlighted on this slide, the National Park Service recognizes the need to alter or add to historic buildings to meet continued compatible new uses. Additionally, NPS definition of setting is provided as it was not included in either of the HRG memos. And this is important for understanding this concept in order to assess the potential impacts to the historic house. Next slide, please. To quickly summarize the analysis presented in my rebuttal memo, the project complies with standards. Standard 2, no work is proposed for the existing house. Therefore, no historic materials will be removed or altered. The existing historic house will not be relocated and retain its 50-foot setback. The standards indicate that changes to settings should be avoided, not denied. The proposed ADU is consistent with the setting created by the neighboring properties, which is an important component of setting. The neighbors have approximately 13 to 20 feet setback, which is what is proposed for the ADU. Through the implementation of the proposed design, the existing historic house will remain partially visible from the public right-of-way as it is now, and ocean views will be preserved. The project complies with Standard 4 because, again, no work is proposed for the historic house, so no historic materials or fabric will be removed or altered. The project also complies with Standard 9. The proposed project would not alter the existing historic house, as I've already said. As proposed, the project would not destroy historic. The landscaping was not identified as a significant character-defining feature in the preceding documentation, and although the proposed ADU would be in the front yard landscaping was not identified as a significant feature. As proposed, the ADU is compatible in terms of size, scale, and massing. The materials will be discernible as new historic and as non-historic new materials, which is also complying with the standards. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Any other speakers in support of the applicant?
I'm Jonathan Lukoff, the owner, and before I start, I'd like to thank the council for honoring my cousin last night, Roger Kempler. I bought my home knowing that I had an R2 zoned ocean view buildable front lot. I had one daughter and dreamed she might one day be able to build on it. I then had another family and 3 more children I inherited 2. I needed to remodel my existing 2-bedroom home first to accommodate them. Another divorce and I was down to 2 children, only 1 at home. The remodel decreased my own ocean view and I was required to drop the floor. My new dream was to build that ocean view home on my buildable land. I planned for a 2-bedroom, 1,000 square foot ADU, which I submitted for my son and I. But by the time I got through city council, I was down to 799 square feet. By the time it's built now, my son will be away at college. We're in the 4th or 5th year of this process, and I do not have approval to build. Shame on Laguna. I chose to bring my plans to the city planning department before submitting them, to work with them to make this seamless. That was futile. The convoluted process that the city planning department has put me through was not based on written protocols, which it should be. 7 different planners had ever-changing demands. It was Kafkaesque. It's a process that prevents Laguna Beach residents in general from achieving their dream homes through expense, frustration, delay, and denial. It's unconscionable that I've spent over $50,000 in 4 years and used 3 architects to get here before you today. It's illegal. It's a taking of my property, and I haven't been told how to build it. Everything I've asked for is how to accomplish it. To allow ministerial approval to my ADU, I submitted that 999 square foot plan and decreased it 799, as I said. If I'm sent back to DRB, it's no longer technically an ADU. It can be approved to up to half my current 2,400 square foot home. Everything I've done has been minimal by any standards, any metrics. HRG's design review for 2 89 Viejo Street, a home with almost identical design and age to mine, concluded it's ahistoric due to minor changes made in the 30s. DRB approved it be demolished. Yet DRB illegitimately concluded my guaranteed allowable detached ADU would create significant changes to the lower story, which is from the 1960s in my home. It was nonsense. To comply with HRG's demand for a slightly better spatial relationship, I recommend, and I will agree, to move the home into the front setback rather than the standard allowed by ADU law. In summary, I urge you to follow the law, let me build my ADU, and avoid the negative consequences, as my lawyer pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None? Any persons in opposition to the appeal?
Good evening. My name is Catherine Walcott. My husband and I are the owners of 245 Cajon Street. We live across the alley and up one lot up the hill from 238 Chiquita. I think the staff report did an excellent job of explaining the complex interaction between the Coastal Act and the state's ADU laws. I won't try to repeat their efforts here. My short summary is that the city can deny approval to ADU projects when they impact public views of coastal resources within the coastal zone. We tried to assess the impact this product might have on coastal views when we first found out about the application. That's when we discovered that the applicant had refused to put up story poles that would allow us to assess that. I'm a layman, and without story poles, I can't tell exactly where the outlines of the building would hit and what public views of the coastal resources it might block. City planning staff, however, are not laymen. They looked at the plans and the site, and they determined that this did have a significant impact on coastal views from the public right-of-way. So did the Design Review Board. In the absence of any actual physical evidence refuting those findings, I believe the City Council should accept and affirm the DRB's findings and deny the appeal. My second objection is that the proposed project will impact the public's only remaining view of a historical resource from the public right-of-way. The owner of 238 Chiquita proactively chose to enter his Mills Act contract and place his property on the historical list. He wasn't required to do that. That contract is enforceable independent of the laws governing ADUs. The owner gets significant benefits under his Mills Act contract, including reduced property taxes. Essentially, the public is subsidizing owners of Mills Act property in return for being able to see historical structures within their city. The applicant has said that without the public benefit of being able to see those structures, there is no public purpose remaining for the contract. The applicant has said in past hearings that the only part of his viewing that is historically significant of his building is the pitched roof and the second-story windows. He says this project will not impact the public views of those elements. I believe this is wrong for two reasons. First, from a plain reading of the Mills Act contract, the roof line and second-story windows are not all that contract was protecting. The contract states 13 different elements, which include the doors, the porches, the sets of the windows. I won't go into them all. They're in attachment 10 of the staff report, but the applicant has said that the first floor porch and windows aren't historically significant, yet that porch is expressly called out in the contract. Second, even if the city had only been interested in the second-story elements, the context elevations are taken from a view, it appears to me, midway up the building, and they do not reflect what you would actually see from the street. I don't think that's what the city contracted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in opposition of the appeal?
Good afternoon, everyone. As many of you may know, I am not Mark Lewis. My name is Brandon Lewis. Mark is my father. I'm here to speak on his behalf, but the thoughts expressed are that of my entire family. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council, we respectfully request the City Council to deny this appeal and uphold the decisions of the Heritage Committee and DRB, supported by thorough analysis by city staff and the HRG. As was outlined, the city staff's thorough analysis and reports, as well as the city's historical consultant HRG, the decision of the Heritage Committee, and the decision and confirming resolution of the Design Review Board supports why the project submitted does not conform to a number of conditions that represent preservation of a historical structure while severely impacting public views, excuse me, of said structure. In addition to the public impacts and lack of preservation of the historical structure, the project submitted lacks neighborhood compatibility, not to mention simple compatibility with the existing historic structure. Furthermore, it impacts not just the public views, but also many neighborhood views, all of whom are not only residents, but members of the public as well. When my family purchased the home at 248 Chiquita Street, right above it, over 30 years ago, we knew that the structure at 238 was quite large. We knew that many of our view corridors from our property were obstructed by the mass and scale of this now historic structure. We also knew that the likelihood of our ability to reclaim any view from that second story would be quite challenging, if not near impossible, due to the size of the structure. Preservation of privacy, view corridors, and neighborhood compatibility for not only the public, but also for the neighborhood and all the neighbors, including our home, which would be so severely impacted by the proposed project of utmost importance. Our primary view corridor is in the front of our property. Any extension of the existing structure forward at 238 or construction of a detached structure such as what is being proposed would decimate this view, our light, airspace, not to mention the value of the property, of our property, all of which without recovery or remedy. The impact of what is proposed is an egregious overreach with catastrophic impacts on the property, as well as impacts on others and the character of the neighborhood on the whole and the public's perception of said neighborhood. The previous project on this property, approved and constructed over 10 years ago, provided for additional square footage, not only on top of the existing structure, but also forward from the garage right on our property line due to the historic designation of the property. The report by the HRG, excuse me, further supports the previous DRB decision in that concludes that the project, quote, does not comply with the standards because there is not enough room on the property to accommodate the ADU without blocking the view of the historic structure from the public right-of-way. I will finish by saying, personally, I was raised in 248 Chiquita Street from the time before, from before I could walk. And it is my hope and my aspiration to provide a similar, if not greater quality of life for my family in the same home. Thank you very much.
Any other speakers in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Cliff Legault. I live at 241 Chiquita. Have been there for 55 years now. I'm opposed to this addition at 238 Chiquita. It's not keeping with the feel or the neighborhood scale in mass or scale. Be overpowering. Doesn't fit into the neighborhood. The imposition on the views on the property of my property and the Lewis's, it would be devastating, especially for the Lewis from the public street will take away a lot of the views of the ocean. So because of those reasons, I don't believe that the owner has already received a variance. He has received a variance in the back years ago. And part of that approval, he agreed that that would be the last attempt at doing anything on the property. Now he's going for the second bite of the apple. So I please say that I would appreciate, a no vote on this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition to the appeal? None. I'll allow 3 minutes, 2 minutes for the applicant's rebuttal.
Slide 18, please. So as Carrie's presentation shows, there's no significant impact to the historic resource. This is a detached ADU. Specifically, Mr. Lukoff did not consider options that would have done like an attached ADU or something, because that would have created an impact to the historic resource. So in this case, under CEQA, the Class 3 exemption would apply. Additionally, in state ADU law, there's no Mills Act savings clause. And furthermore, the Mills Act incentivized Mr. Lukoff's restoration and preservation of this home. It does not guarantee perpetual public views. Moreover, the views as you're walking down the street are already blocked in large part by the vegetation. So the ADU would have a similar view blockage. And instead of from the top of the street looking down, you'd have a view, it would be as you're walking up the street and under the carport, you would have a newly opened view of the home. Let's talk about story poles, since that was something that was brought up. Due to the timing of this application, the applicant was not legally required to install story poles. The sticking requirement comes from the 2505040 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code for design review projects. Design review only applies to ADUs that exceed the allowable height under the ADU ordinance, and this was not listed as a mandatory item for his submittal. The DRB's consideration of the home as a coastal scenic resource is not supported by the LCP or the Coastal Act, and the speakers in opposition of the appeal spoke about private views. Private views are not protected. May I have?
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the letter. So just to confirm, so is the property owner do they still have a Mills Act contract?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then I think your analysis makes a lot of sense if we weren't in the coastal zone, right? Where if you had a Mills Act contract in Santa Ana and you weren't on the California Register, let's accept that your argument is correct. But it sounds like what you're saying as it relates to so I guess let me ask the next question. So it sounds like what you're saying is not that this is not that historic analysis is not relevant here, but instead you're arguing that the historic analysis that was part of the record was inaccurate. I guess what's your argument? Is your argument that that the historic analysis is not relevant, or that the historical analysis in the record is not accurate?
Carrie Chastain, again, if I may clarify.
Yeah.
The Mills Act only applies to designated properties. The ADU wouldn't qualify for being worked into the ADU work plan. It is separate and unrelated.
So, but isn't the goal of the Mills Act is not just about the building itself, it's about the public at large, right?
The Mills Act contract is a costed work plan, so it's a 10-year contract. It renews in perpetuity. And part of that costed work plan might be you need to fix your siding, you might need to replace some wiring because you have knob and tube, whatever, keep the house from burning down and preserve it. And the idea is the tax credit, the property tax credit you get, those savings are then reinvested into the historically designated building.
Yeah, and with the goal of creating beautiful historic neighborhoods when people are walking on the street.
Correct, but there is no, correct me, attorneys, there is no guarantee that there is a public view shed that is part of that contract.
Got it. Thank you. So then, just one more question for the attorney, Mr. Keisel. So is your assertion that historic resources are not part of the local coastal plan and not part of the harmonization analysis that we're here to do with respect to the ADU statute?
So, Councilmember Runagi, to your question, so I think it's important to start with the particular version of the ADU ordinance that applies to Mr. Lukoff's application, because there are different versions that have been passed. So if we could go to slide 12, please. Okay, this might be a little small, but essentially, you have, so up top you have the general provisions. So an ADU that conforms to this chapter is deemed consistent with the existing general plan and zoning designations for the site. So that's A2. And then deviation. Okay, and then D, you comply with the objective standards in this chapter and the zoning district. So in his case, it's an R2. If you have a conflict between the two, it's the ADU ordinance that takes precedent. Let's go to the next slide.
But hold on. So B1 is says coastal zone ADUs that are not exempted or excluded under chapter 25.07 require issuance of a coastal development permit.
Right. So
Right.
we don't dispute that,
Okay.
but let's go to slide 13, please. Okay. So when you're looking at a guaranteed allowance, and again, this was all accepted by the Coastal Commission as part of the city's local coastal program. So under D, the guaranteed allowance, he has to comply with subsection D. Other development standards do not apply. The coastal resource protection policies continue to apply. Now let's go to slide 16, please. And so now we're looking at the crosswalk you've got on the general plan, where so a guaranteed allowance ADU deemed consistent with the general plan and zoning designations for that site. And you see the general plan includes land use element and open space conservation element that line up with the local coastal program. And you will also see that the historic resources element of the general plan is not one of the features of the local coastal program. So it's a little different when you're looking at when you're looking at under this particular ordinance, the guaranteed allowance ADU, or saying other development standards don't apply. You do need a coastal development permit. We don't deny that. But then when you look at under the coastal development permit, we contend that the coastal development permit protects, the public views of the ocean. We contend that the home itself is not a coastal scenic resource. You don't have, the school children. It's not a recreational or visitor serving historic facility.
Just one final question based on that. That's helpful. So would your position be that if the historic resources element and was part of the local coastal plan, then it would be a coastal resource for purposes of the CDP?
Then that may change the analysis.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, and then if I may, one more thing to bring to council's attention. So in your deliberation, if city council is concerned about the planned proximity of the detached ADU in relation to the historic home, Mr. Lukoff is open to moving the ADU further towards the street and away from his existing home because the front yard setbacks do not apply and the additional building setbacks do not apply to guaranteed allowance ADUs. So just putting that out there for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any response?
Well, I think we can just yeah.
I'm just trying to follow the order.
Oh, yeah. So I guess I have a question for staff. So it sounds like what I'm hearing from the applicant's counsel is that the historic resources element is not part of the local coast plan, and if it would change the analysis. So I guess, can you confirm, is the historic resources element part of the city's local coastal plan?
While that element is not as we stated earlier in the slides, there are other historical resource protections in the city's LCP, but the historic element is not.
Okay, so there are historic protections in the LCP.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
And so, Mr. Mayor, I did want to just jump in. I want to be sure that the city council knows that staff's position slightly differs from the applicants regarding that Mills Act contract. As I understood it, the position of the applicant is that the Mills Act is specific to just the actual historic structure. It's our position that's kind of belied by the intent of the law as well as the plain language of our Mills Act contract, which explicitly contemplates other and prohibits the installation of other things such as fences, roofs, trash, debris, and then impertinent any other structure which is unsightly by reason of its height, condition, or inappropriate location. And practically that kind of makes sense if the idea is to enhance and preserve a historic resource. This is obviously not what the applicant is doing here, and you had 4 or 5 junked cars in front of it with overgrown weeds, so on and so forth. It would be our position that even though the actual structure is still immaculate, that would be a violation of the Mills Act contract. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And that's helpful, Mr. Donegan.
So just to pursue that a little bit further, so you're acknowledging that the historic ordinance is not part of the LCP for purposes of this hearing?
No, so our historic preservation ordinance, which is 25-45, chapter 25-45 in our zoning code, is a part of our certified LCP. The historic element of our general plan is what's not included in the certified LCP.
Okay, so so then, that being the case, maybe Anthony could go back. So what are the historic standards that are applicable here? I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I mean, I wasn't tracking exactly what the applicant's attorney was saying, which is, I guess that it's the historic resources, it's not part of our general plan.
So no, just the historic element of our general plan is not included in the city certified LCP. However, the actual ordinance, chapter 25-45, which is titled Historic Preservation, is within the certified LCP. That has a whole host of regulations, how you do stuff. That ordinance explicitly even calls out the Mills Act, contemplates a Mills Act contract. All of that language is within our certified LCP.
So maybe, Mr. Mayor, could we ask the legal counsel for the applicant to respond?
Sure,
If the ordinance is part of, if the ordinance is part of the deliberations here, what's your point?
So if we could go to slide, I think it was 13. Yeah. So it's this walk between with a guaranteed allowance ADU, and his project meets the definition of a guaranteed allowance ADU. Then we are told that other development standards within the code expressly do not apply. Coastal resource protection policies do continue to apply.
Right. So that's the nub of it right there. So I think everybody's on the same page with respect to that. Okay, thank you.
So public testimony is still open. Are there any other questions of public, staff, applicant, anybody? Any other questions? Okay, then I will close the public testimony and bring it back for deliberations.
I can go.
Well, so could staff just summarize? So coastal resource protections still apply. Everybody agrees. We just established that on the record. So tell us which ones are not being complied with here in staff's view.
Sure. So what I'll do is I'll cite from the board's findings when they adopted a resolution to deny the application. They cited the land use element policy 2.2. The land use element, unlike the historic resources element, is part of the certified LCP. And that policy states, encourage the preservation of historically significant residential structures and protect the character defining components of Laguna Beach's traditional neighborhoods. The DRB in their denial also cited open space and conservation element policy 12C, which states Development adjacent to a place, structure, or feature found to be of historical significance shall be designed so that the use is permitted and the architectural design will protect the visual setting of the historical site. And much like the land use element, the open space conservation element is also part of the city's certified LCP. And also the board's denial resolution cited the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Chapter 2545, specifically Section 10, Procedures for Alteration of a Historic Resource. Prior to the issuance of a building permit to remodel or alter any historic resource, city staff shall review the proposed changes to determine if the proposal is consistent with the design review criteria, the Secretary of the Interior standards, or SOIS, and the city's local design guidelines. And here in this case, the board referenced the HRG evaluation of the project, and in their report, they found that the project did not comply with the SOIS.
Thank you, Anthony. That's helpful. So connect one more dot for me. So then the ask of the DRB was to, grant or approve a coastal development permit. So on the basis of those findings you just established, why could they not make the findings for a coastal development permit?
There was a finding of inconsistency with the certified LCP. Just to quickly summarize, there were those specific policies and provisions in the certified LCP with which the project did not comply. Under the California Coastal Act, there is also an element of protection for coastal resources, which does include historic resources. That's been the city's position, and it has been confirmed in other cases by Coastal Commission staff. As part of your agenda report this evening, we did include a citation to a Coastal Commission staff report that was prepared for an LCP amendment application certifying the city's historic preservation ordinance, Chapter 25.45, and they specifically took the position that the Coastal Act and this component of the city's certified LCP is protecting historic resources, again, through the auspices of Coastal Act implemented through the certified LCP.
Thank you. Helpful.
Other comments? We're all good? You can go.
No more. I don't have any more questions. I can give comments. So one of the things that I think I've spent way too much time on over the last 2 years is the question of the harmonization of ADU statute and state housing laws with the Coastal Act, which is one of the most complicated things I think you can do because it's very broad and ambiguous. Today there was the Coastal Commission came out with their ADU guidance, and it seemed to be very broad and talked about how cities need to enforce provisions within their local coastal plan. And in our local coastal plan, we have historic resources. I think the historic character of the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas, which are part of the Coastal Act, Section 30251, protects the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas as a resource of public importance. And then when we step back and we look at the reason why we give, and I think it's probably close to $1 million a year in Mills Act contracts. Is that accurate, Mark?
700 and something.
$750,000 a year. That's a huge public investment, and we don't do it for private benefit of property owners. Private property owners get a benefit from it, but when we give, it's a subsidy of taxpayer dollars because there's an assumed public benefit for the neighborhood, for all the visitors who are going to go to the beach and enjoy the neighborhoods. And so it's not that I want to be. I really empathize with the applicant and his desire to have an ADU, but I think that it needs to be given that there's a public subsidy here. There's a Mills Act contract. It's on the historic register, and our historic ordinance is part of our local coastal plan. I think there is a coastal resource here. So when we harmonize between the ADU statute and the Coastal Act savings clause, I don't see how we can improve the coastal development for this proposed ADU. But with that being said, I do think that this applicant has a right to have an ADU on his property. It just needs to be one that is consistent with the historic, with the Coastal Act and with the fact that there's a public subsidy for this. And I do empathize with the fact that he had to go through 7 planners and deal with this. So I'm not supportive of the appeal, but I would be supportive of continuing this item to a date certain and having the applicant work with the historic consultant and architect to come back with an ADU that was consistent. That I'd be supportive of an approach like that, because I don't think that it's fair for him not to have an ADU. It's just fair for him to comply with coastal resources, which he has to because he's on the register due to the Mills Act, and that's part of our LCP.
I'd be okay with that. I guess if that were the consensus, we'd have to check with the applicant to see if he was interested in that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm supportive of that approach.
I mean, I think, so it would essentially be a new project.
Well, I think that the goal is that it's unfair about having to have 7 different planners and just all the different inconsistencies and stuff. So I empathize with him in that respect, but I think it would be a change to the proposed ADU that's consistent with the Coastal Act, but I defer to the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think it's within your discretion to, as part of this application process, if the applicant is willing to continue the item to discuss the possibility of an alternative location or design or that mitigates the impacts to coastal resources. I think staff briefly touched upon the possibility of one thought that staff had about the use of the garage. I think to Councilmember Ranagi's point, that needs to be in consultation with the city's historic consultant in order to ensure that that change would meet SOIS. But I think you could do that as part of this process if you want to continue it and have it directed to come back, assuming the applicant is amenable.
Yeah, when we ask the applicant.
Can the applicant approach the podium, please?
May I say something first?
Yeah, go ahead.
I did submit an earlier plan of a box in the front yard after the original denial and problems. That was turned down completely when that architect said, this will meet all the things the city has asked me to do. I then went back closer to the old design, which was 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom, with what people don't understand, the cantilever is designed to allow views. That's the whole point of it. It does fit the neighborhood. Everybody's agreed to that, including HRG. And because of that unusual design, which everybody's arguing about, it actually opens up more views than anything else. And I've kept it so that I want light in all my windows. So I need to do something like that to have light coming in my lower window and my upper windows, having views out my windows, as well as the public seeing it. That box way in the front was kind of ugly, but that also met what the city first asked me to do. This has been years. This has been many designs. One architect stopped coming to meetings. One said, I've done it. I can't do more. Now my current people have said, we actually got approval. There's a letter saying we are approved. That was denied by DRB, but I have that email. I'm willing to do changes. I think the biggest one, what HRG originally said in their first one is, it's too close. It blocks too much view of the spatial relationship. Then take that design and move it into the front setback about 20 feet back from the curb rather than from the front setback. Moves it 3 to 5 feet away. I'll even have more view. I'm willing to open a little bit of design, but we put a lot of effort into trying to make this fit homes in the neighborhood. Both the consultants think it does. It's infill housing, basically. It is an R2 lot. It's buildable. Standard design would be half the current home, 1,200 square feet. I'm down to 799. This was supposed to be for my son and me with 2 bedrooms. By the time it's done, he will be in college. I'm willing to do another, but I'm $50,000 in the hole already to get here. Please approve it. I mean, I'll move it forward. I'll make some minor changes, but I don't know what I can do. And the garage is not acceptable. It doesn't do what I want. It doesn't get the ocean view I want from my front. It's an R2 lot. I'm building on my R2 lot. I did it smaller to make it ministerial and avoid all this. I don't know why we're here. Please, I really have worked with so many planners, each one saying, we'll get you there, and then change this, change this. You don't know how many changes I've made. It's a fortune in time and effort. Telling me to do another one, what? I did a box, that wasn't allowed. I've done this in several different places, designs, shapes. You don't like my shape? It's my home. I had a dream of this home that would look at the ocean over my, I planned it out to keep the best views of my home and from my home. I don't think there is a better design. I really don't.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I think it'd be helpful to clarify the scope of changes that you're really asking of the applicant. And I understand his frustration, and I just don't want to get caught where we're repeating the same process over and over again.
Either.
From a staff perspective, and I've said this before, we don't want to design or prescribe from the dais here. But I mean, I think what we had in mind and at a conceptual level is something more akin to a garage conversion. So I just want to make it clear what the expectation is for council and for the applicant, so we don't go down a
There's not a
path.
chance I'd do a garage conversion. That's a non-starter. First of all, anything changing the historic, attaching to the historic home changes that character completely. That doesn't give me what I want in any way, shape, or form. This is building on my R2 lot. I could come back and do it as the R2 lot. It's historically R2, historically expected to be a home in front. There will be changes in anything you build to spatial relations, but that's expected and that's allowed. So I don't know where this garage thing keeps coming up, but not happening. I won't ever do that. I'm going to do something to it when I block it, but that's a JADU. I'm talking about a separate ADU that does not impact the historical structure.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in light of the applicant's comments that it sounds like his expectation is that it will be a 2-story ADU in the front yard in order to preserve his ocean views. I think staff has a hard time understanding how to mitigate that coastal resource impact. And so without the applicant being willing to work for an alternative design to mitigate the coastal resource impacts and get an ADU on the property, I don't know that it doesn't sound like the continuance would be worth it.
I agree.
I agree. I agree with a lot of what was said. Problem that we have here is the Mills Act, in my view.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant. And I will
Resource.
see you in court if you don't approve it.
So I will, thank you.
So the one suggestion I would have then based on that is that we have I think the resolution could delve more into explaining the Mills Act issues associated with it and kind of go more into some of the discussions we've had up here on the dais. So I would move that we direct staff to update the resolution for denial that reflects the conversations up here, but also like explicitly explains, what is the taxpayer subsidy involved in that Mills Act, and that is more descriptive about that, just to make it super clear for the record.
Understood. Councilmember, we can certainly do that. So just to be clear, you're saying, we had a lot of conversations, so continue the item, the public hearing is closed, but continue the item to bring back the resolution with those updated findings.
Yeah, including the questions that Councilmember Whalen and I asked, the applicant's attorney about the relevance of the Coastal Act and how the harmonization plays there. I just think that'd be helpful. I think I'd prefer to just have staff update the resolution based on the conversation up here.
So do you want to continue us to a date certain, Madam City Attorney, or?
Yeah, I think that would be preferable. The public hearing's closed, so, but I think in any event, we can just go ahead and continue it. I think we can put it on the May 26th regular city council consent calendar.
That's not overly full with other things.
Let's consent.
Could get pulled.
I'm not sure when they're not going to be.
I'll make a motion then that we continue the item to May 26th.
Second.
For bringing back a revised resolution as Councilmember Ranagi described.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. 2-minute break. Appeal C, 31985, 31987 Coast Highway.
Thank you. Appeal C is an appeal of the board's approval of design review, a CDP, and a variance for 31985 and 31987 Coast Highway.
Thank you for that. One second. Do we have any ex parte announcements?
I met with Brian Mena and Councilmember Jones, and I also had a call with Morris Skandarian.
I met with Brian Mena and Councilmember Renagi, and I met separately with Morris Skandarian.
I met with Brian Mena.
Brian Mena.
As did I.
The appeal before you concerns the demolition of existing structures and the construction of a new single-family residence with associated site improvements. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council deny the appeal, sustain the board's approval, and find the project categorically exempt from CEQA. This slide shows the location of the subject property in South Laguna near the intersection of Coast Highway and 10th Avenue. The site is on the ocean side of the highway in an established coastal residential area characterized by bluff-top development, varied lot configurations, and a mix of one and multi-story homes. The proposed project includes demolition of the existing structures and construction of a new 6,529 square foot single-family dwelling with a 587 square foot two-car garage. It also includes elevated decks totaling 2,833 square feet, a request for additional height for an elevator, an on-site turnaround, 2,685 cubic yards of grading, retaining walls, a pool and spa, a pedestrian entry feature, landscaping, and construction in an environmentally sensitive area due to coastal proximity. The project also includes new vehicular access and related site improvements. The staff report notes that design review is required for these improvements, and a CDP is also required. As described in the staff report this afternoon, the variance requests relate to reconstruction of the funicular, shown in green, and other access improvements within the bluff area that are shown in red, which include stairs, landings, terrace areas, retaining walls, and gates, and also to exceed the maximum wall height within the front yard setback, which is depicted by the yellow shading. The board's variance findings are generally tied to the pattern of development, the physical constraints of the site, and to public safety and access considerations associated with the bluff and funicular improvements. Here is another view of the project that shows the areas where the walls and driveway gate at the front of the property exceed the 4-foot height limit and require a variance.
How high are they, Anthony?
I may need to defer to the applicant for that. These renderings illustrate the proposed home's form and massing. Part of staff's analysis and the board's findings was that the project uses stepped massing, articulation, terracing, and varied roof forms to reduce perceived bulk and to better integrate the structure into the sloping coastal topography. This slide provides additional perspectives of the project. As reflected in the staff report, the structure is designed to read as lower in profile from Coast Highway, with the grading and terraced design helping reduce visual prominence from public viewpoints. And one more set of renderings. Here is a building section of the project with Coast Highway to the left. The existing grade is depicted by the teal line. You can see here how the home sits below Coast Highway to the left, presenting a bit less than a one-story appearance at the highway, which is achieved by terracing the program down into the slope in the direction of the ocean. Although the appeal does not challenge the bluff edge determination, this is always a critical consideration for oceanfront development projects, and it does merit a short discussion. The bluff edge determination and its associated 25-foot setback is shown plotted on the site plan with the enclosed building area outlined in blue. Also shown is a screenshot taken from our bluff edge determination handout, which provides guidance on how to prepare these determinations. And we do use the same definition that coastal staff would use in Laguna Beach. The bluff edge was plotted by a registered geologist retained by the applicant and was peer reviewed by the city. As such, the determination is evidence-based. I will say that there is always a certain unpredictability with how the Coastal Commission staff's bluff edge determinations will ultimately fall. And so I can't predict how they would look at this site or whether they would be in agreement with the city determination in this case. But the city did follow the proper protocol to establish the bluff edge for this project. In addition to applying our bluff edge definition, we are also mindful of potential takings claims. I have been surprised more than once with coastal staff bluff edge determinations that place the edge near the street, which would effectively eliminate development potential on otherwise buildable lots. There is a project nearby in Coast Highway that finds itself in such a circumstance, which is probably going to eventually result in a lawsuit filed against Coastal by the applicant on a takings claim. It's true that determining the bluff edge is a subjective exercise, and I think that's a point that both the city and Coastal Commission staff would agree on. One challenge that we have in Laguna Beach, which has been pointed out by Coastal Commission, is that we have so many oceanfront lots that were graded prior to the enactment of the Coastal Act. But here we believe the determination is based on sound methodology and grounded in fact. Lastly, this project also had a coastal hazards analysis prepared to establish that the development on this site will be safe from coastal hazards for the assumed 75-year design life. Just very briefly, this slide shows the proposed project's exterior colors and materials, which include tan stucco, stone cladding, and glass guardrails for a neutral palette to integrate the project with its natural setting. By way of background, on February 26th, the board approved the project by a 4-0 vote, subject to added conditions of approval. Those project-specific conditions include moving the house an additional 5 feet to provide a 13-foot south side setback, relocating the electrical panel inside the garage, constructing a lifeguard locker with water and electrical service at the base of the funicular, and retaining existing stairs and improvements with related easement and maintenance provisions. On March 10th, Brian Mena filed an appeal of that decision with 8 contentions, and that brings us to today's appeal hearing. The first appeal contention asserts that the project blocks a recognized public ocean view corridor, is inconsistent with view protection policies, and should be subject to prior approval precedents that allegedly required curb level roof lines. Staff disagrees. The staff report explains that the applicable general plan and LCP policies do not require absolute preservation of all existing public and private views, and they do not mandate a fixed width public view corridor. Rather, those policies require that development protect and minimize impacts to public views to the extent feasible, while balancing site constraints, property rights, and compatible development. Here, the record shows that views along this portion of Coast Highway are intermittent and typically experienced at oblique angles between existing structures. The board found that the project's height, setbacks, and stepped massing reduce perceived bulk, and that public views remain available from multiple locations along the corridor. This is not a formally recognized public coastal viewpoint, and any obstruction is limited and transitory rather than a complete elimination of public coastal views. Furthermore, the project does accommodate some public and private views across the site. As was mentioned, existing public views are intermittent and oblique, occurring mainly through gaps between homes along Coast Highway and experienced primarily by passing motorists and pedestrians rather than stationary viewers. Those typical conditions are shown on the left. The project would narrow some existing view angles, but it would not block a designated or formally recognized public view corridor because none exists at this location. The affected views are better characterized as brief secondary windows to the sea, which are typical in this stretch of South Laguna, rather than a prominent protected coastal vista. The project frontage functions mainly as a pass-through travel corridor, not a practical public viewing area due to red curbs, driveway curb cuts, limited parking, and the lack of a nearby signalized stop or sidewalk on the inland side of Coast Highway. Consistent with prior Coastal Commission determinations, any added obstruction would be minor, transitory, and not a significant adverse impact to a protected public viewing resource. The minor location-specific view interruptions pictured on the left are contrasted with the broader and intentional public view corridors to the right. The second contention argues that the project improperly encroaches into environmentally sensitive bluff areas, may require further environmental review, and is inconsistent with coastal policies. Staff disagrees. There is no environmentally sensitive habitat area located on the property itself, although the lot is situated on the ocean front. The development is concentrated closer to the street, which minimizes bluff encroachment, and the grading and site design avoid undisturbed bluff areas and the required bluff setback areas. The required variances were found to be consistent with site constraints surrounding development patterns and public safety needs related to access improvements. The project was reviewed under CEQA and determined to be exempt, with no substantial evidence of significant environmental impacts requiring further review. With respect to Coastal Act policies, the site is within an urbanized coastal area. The project is compatible with the surrounding built environment and incorporates design measures to reduce visual prominence in that it is proposed less than 8 feet above the curb along Coast Highway. The third contention concerns driveway access and proposes an alternative site plan that would preserve the existing driveway and, according to the appellant, would better protect views and neighborhood character. Staff disagrees. The record shows that the existing driveway is steep and non-conforming to current driveway grade requirements. Once the site is redeveloped, the prior non-conforming condition does not continue as a matter of right. The proposed driveway design was reviewed and found to comply with current zoning standards and to provide safe and functional access. Additionally, the city's authority in this appeal is limited to review of the project as submitted by the applicant. The city is not required to redesign the project or substitute a third-party alternative proposal, where the approved proposal already complies with the applicable standards and design review criteria. The fourth contention asserts that the project is incompatible with the neighborhood due to its width, massing, decks, courtyard space, and alleged height noncompliance. Staff disagrees. The subject property is atypical because it consists of 2 legal lots under common ownership, resulting in a site width of approximately 104 feet, while most nearby lots are in the 40 to 50 foot range. The proposal merges these 2 lots into one residential site, thereby reducing overall density from 2 homes to 1. The approved structure, while approximately 77 feet wide, sits on this wider combined lot and was conditioned by the board to provide side yard setbacks of approximately 13 feet on the south and 14.5 feet on the north, which exceed the minimum code requirements. Additionally, compatibility is not based solely on numerical comparisons, but on the relationship of the structure to the site, articulation, and integration with topography. The project uses stepped massing, varied roof forms, and articulated elevations to reduce perceived bulk. The record also supports the conclusion that the building height complies with the code and that the appellant's height argument stems from a misreading of an elevation rather than the controlling section-based height measurement. The fifth contention argues that the project is inconsistent with the general plan and that the DRB staff report contained inaccuracies, particularly concerning public view impacts and policy consistency. Staff's response here is a little bit more nuanced. The staff report that was prepared for this appeal does acknowledge that there were inaccuracies in the DRB staff report regarding the extent of public ocean view impacts, including discussion related to certain policy references. However, staff concludes that those inaccuracies were not dispositive to the board's decision. The record supports that some view impacts will occur. However, the presence of such impacts do not necessarily render them significant or inconsistent with applicable LCP policies, as those policies do not require the complete absence of impacts to public ocean views from every public vantage point. Based on the full administrative record, staff concludes that the project remains consistent with the city's adopted policies because it minimizes impacts to the extent feasible. The accommodation of continued public views is proportionate to the importance of those views at this location, and the project remains compatible in scale, massing, and character with the surrounding context. The sixth contention alleges that public correspondence was misrepresented or not fully considered, and that the process was flawed. Staff disagrees. The administrative record demonstrates that public input was properly solicited, received, and considered. Written comments were accepted, oral testimony was received at the public hearing, and public correspondence was made part of the record. The board also conducted site visits, heard testimony, and deliberated before making its decision. The staff report accurately summarized the correspondence it received, even though it did not reproduce every comment verbatim. The city provided adequate public notice, opportunity for input, and fair consideration of community concerns. No evidence has been presented that demonstrates that any alleged deficiency in summarizing correspondence prejudiced the board's decision or impaired the integrity of the review process. The seventh contention concerns the amount of grading, related truck trips, noise, and traffic impacts, and suggests that a reduced grading alternative is feasible. Staff disagrees. The project includes approximately 2,885 cubic yards of export intended to lower the residence into the slope. Staff found that this grading is a central design feature that reduces apparent height, minimizes visual prominence, and helps preserve views to the extent feasible. The grading is proposed within previously developed portions of the site and does not extend into undisturbed bluff areas or required bluff setbacks. Construction-related noise, haul trips, and traffic impacts are temporary and typical of residential construction and are regulated through existing municipal code provisions and standard construction management controls. Staff therefore concluded that the grading is appropriate and consistent with the general plan, design guidelines, and municipal code. The eighth contention is that the story poles were incomplete or compromised and that this affected public review. Staff disagrees. The municipal code requires staking sufficient to identify the location and envelope of proposed development so potential visual impacts can be reasonably assessed. The project was staked and certified in accordance with city requirements and was available for public viewing for 21 days before the board hearing. No concerns about the adequacy or visibility of the staking were raised at or prior to the board hearing. In addition, the board conducted independent site visits and reviewed plans, sections, renderings, and a certified staking plan. Staff found no specific deficiency that would amount to a code violation or demonstrate prejudice to the board's decision-making. And that'll bring us to the City Council options for the appeal, which would be to adopt the attached resolution, upholding the board approval and finding the project exempt from CEQA under the Class 3 categorical exemption for new construction, adopting the resolution and finding the project exempt under the Class 3 categorical exemption, but in this case, modifying the resolution to also impose more restrictive conditions of approval. Third option would be to direct staff to prepare and return to the City Council at a future meeting with a resolution that overturns the board approval with findings in support of that decision and denying the project. Or fourth, direct staff to prepare and return at a future meeting with a resolution to remand the project to the board with findings in support of the remand and further direction to the board. If the city council upholds the board approval, the project should be found categorically exempt under the class 3 exemption, as was mentioned. But if the city council overturns the approval and denies the project, CEQA does not apply to the project in accordance with section 15270 of the CEQA guidelines for projects that are disapproved by a public agency. And I'd be happy to walk the council through the standard of review, as well as the definition for abuse of discretion. Staff's recommendation for this appeal is to deny the appeal and sustain the board's approval of the project. That will conclude the staff presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Does council have any questions of staff?
I have just two questions. And Anthony, I understand that the planner was sick, and so you had to take on this appeal and the appeal earlier, and then the efficiency ordinance. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing on this in such a quick amount of time. And I apologize for not asking you these questions in advance because they're complicated ones. But it seems like it almost feels like no matter what we do here, the Coastal Commission is going to do something different, right? The Reina property, which I think was approved on their agenda today, from that, which seems like it's a similar analysis from a public view standpoint, the Coastal Commission basically said that we didn't apply the policies related to ensuring that homes to the extent possible are below coast highway from a public view perspective, and then also that we got the bluff edge setback wrong. But then, as you indicated in your staff report, they applied the takings analysis and so it's a very complicated set of factors. So I guess my high level question to you is, do you think that based on how they approached that project, and again, I wouldn't expect you to have the right answer because this was on the staff report for their agenda today, and do you expect that our analysis here would still be accurate?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Runagi. I appreciate it. I think what's important for the council to consider is that each application is considered on a case-by-case basis, and you're applying facts to the specific location and project and its surrounding area. I think this location is differentiated from the Reina and Shop-Off projects that came before it. So I think the council is charged with making a rather complicated analysis. Staff's opinion in this case is that the board's conclusion was substantiated by the facts and that they properly made the findings, the required findings. Those findings are supported by the evidence, but ultimately the council will need to make that same determination. But I wouldn't use one project that's not adjacent to this site and is subject to a different set of facts as precedent.
Any other questions of staff? None? Okay, then I will open public testimony, allowing the appellant 5-minute presentation.
I'll have the package I put in front of me. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brian Minna. I'm a land planning expert. I've worked on projects for the last 50 years, including Talega Valley at 38 million cubic yards. I think I know what I'm talking about when it talks about grading and how to make this site more compatible. The public views on this project are being guided by the precedent was set by Reina and by Shop-Off. Both of those lots are similar sized lots, 80 foot wide. This project here is 105 foot wide. It should even be more able to work with the grading. There is zero height roof lines on the project required by the first of the 9 policies. New development in high scenic areas shall be subordinate to the character of its setting. So if you go down the list, go to next slide, thank you. New development shall be subordinate. That's in the general plan landscape element. Next slide. These are the Shop Off and Rena properties. Rena is just ruling today, said that they will be below the curb height. Shop Off went through years of determinations through the coastal and appeals, and eventually got lost a whole floor or went down to below. Can you go back to the first? Thank you. These roof lines are below, and they're 80 feet wide. This is a 105-foot lot, and it should be no problem in pressing the property down so it meets the criteria. Next slide. There's 15 in the staff review for the project. This is why I was so aggrieved, is there's 15 times the city policies emphasize to protect the views. And the staff interpreted it and compromised it 57 times in the DRB report alone. And there was more of the same when it came to the city council staff report. So if you take a look at that as a whole list of the 15 times the city says. Next slide. This is a 45-foot wide existing view corridor between the two houses. In doing the study for the 11 adjacent homes, 8 of them are less than 35. There are 35 feet wide. So to say that a 45-foot view corridor is not substantial or a fleeting view is not accurate in the current city council staff report. So preserving this has been a task of mine for a public gain, not for my personal gain from my home. This is a picture of the fencing that's 6 feet high. You can imagine it was 8 feet high. And this is from across the street. If you're standing on the property, you cannot see Catalina Island, as you can see in the background. Next slide. These are the 11 properties I just referred to. They're all adjacent. All the roof lines for these 11 properties are below curb height. This is the neighborhood characteristics. This is a neighborhood character and comparison you need to make. Here's a view from the ocean that we just flew a drone of. You can number it all the way through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1's on the other side of 1,000 Steps. And 4 is the subject property, which used to have a house on it. You'll see it in the next slide. This is the plan that violates the 9 policies of the general plan. So I think that precedent is being followed at Rena. It was followed and approved and constructed on Shop Off. The 78.5-foot wide house is 60% larger than all the lots, all the homes on 1,000 Steps. And the public view is blocked forever when it's supposed to be kept open and the development is supposed to be subordinate. This slide does not look like it's subordinate. It looks like it's dominant, including the fencing. Next slide. This is the scale of the project. It's a massive 10,000 square feet. It's got 10-foot retaining walls. Next slide. The bottom, the Rena property is proposes 6,500. We're looking to get 6,100 to be comparison, which would be 82%. And if you look at the row of lots there, you'll see that's the size. Next slide. This is alternate site plan, and you've all seen it. Those are the view potentials over top. Next slide. This is the view we're trying to protect. This is something for the public, not to take it away, to follow the city policies. Next slide. Thank you.
Persons in support of the appeal?
Thank you, Council. Ann Christoph. I'm speaking for the South Laguna Civic Association, which supports the appeal on the basis of their strong interest in the preservation of views to the ocean from Coast Highway. On this newly combined pair of parcels, these views have been largely occluded by the growth of vegetation and by the existing small house that is now to be demolished. But given the size and configuration of the property, we think that the proposed design can and should be adjusted to drop the top of the building sufficiently but below the level of the highway that that occupants of cars and pedestrians would have an unobstructed view over the house to the water. The intentions of the policies of the open space conservation element of the city's general plan is completely clear. Existing views are to be preserved, and new development along coast highways shall preserve existing views where feasible, and where topography allows, new development shall be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway. As we see ever more oceanfront properties being totally redeveloped, generally with far larger houses than have been typical of our town, we fear the eventual creation of a solid wall of buildings along the ocean side of the highway, shutting out even the sense of the ocean's presence. This is a future we would like to prevent, and we believe the city should be attempting to resist this pattern of development. This project represents a potential precedent for retaining and even improving one of our views to the water. And there are public views from pedestrians because this is where people park for 1,000 steps and they walk past this property on a regular basis. So there are both pedestrian and vehicular opportunities for views here. And I want to thank Brian Mena for filing this appeal because I think it's in the public interest, and I hope you will consider his points. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers in support of the appeal?
Hi, Pat Minna. This is so much data and we've been living with it. I put it into AI and it's a cascade of errors. The staff report, the original staff report, page 1 or the summary, you had to go to the plan copies to actually see the program, the square footage, the decks, everything. You couldn't even find it in that first 28-page report. But where staff has made an error is under the LCP, this is not a small home. It's a luxury, large residence. And therefore, it does not qualify for a categorical exemption. This project screams for an initial study and a CEQA review due to its complexity of massive scale of the home, over 10,000 square feet, and the ESHA that's on the slope and the coastal bluff face that will be disturbed when construction starts. This will automatically be appealed by the Coastal Commission at this large structure. I will also take note that the city coastline bluff top is different. It's much more generous, closer to the ocean than the California Coastal Commission recognized bluff top. And then I want to talk about a couple of things that happened during the meeting. A couple of the DR members were there saying, well, these are fleeting views. These aren't public views. No one can see it as they're driving by at 40 miles an hour. Well, on Sunday, Mother's Day, Brian did a car count in 1 hour. In 1 hour, there were 430 events. The triggering of the stoplight at 10th Avenue was backing up. I'm sorry, the 9th Avenue stoplight was backing up traffic clear past 10th Avenue, clear going south. So people were stopped. They have a view opportunity if there's a 100-foot view corridor, okay? The pedestrians that walked by, there are 122 pedestrians walking by. So my husband is known as a view person. He was key in 2001 for the Grove property, keeping that beautiful view open just north of 3 Arch. But we were also highly visible when the Montage was going in and when that bluff top park was going in over the parking garage. We fought hard and we won as far as getting that lowered, slanted wire fence and no big bus stop so that we would have a public view. The Reina and the Shop-Off property is so close to this and precedence is set. Thank you for protecting our beautiful ocean view.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal?
Hi, good evening. Again, Mayor and council members, I'm Julie Edwards. I'm a newer resident of South Laguna. I didn't say I was in South Laguna last time. I'm on 8th Street. I feel so fortunate that I just landed there by chance, and it's such its own little community, and I really enjoy it. And I'm here speaking in support of the appeal for this property. My experience, as I think I mentioned last time I spoke, I came from a town that feels really similar to Laguna, lots of similar building issues and similar council meetings, and except we didn't have the ocean. The ocean is the extra added. We had the property in the hills and the beauty and the nice houses and the smaller houses, but the ocean, I'm like, is what's special here. And I just, I know that the Coastal Commission should protect these views for the public. And I just want to say that that is important and what makes it special here. And I'm here supporting the coastal views, and just the uniqueness of Laguna is that it is not overdeveloped and sterilized like so many of our surrounding coastal cities. This is why I didn't move to the surrounding coastal cities. And our ocean is not hidden behind walls of development and massive oversized homes. And I just wanted to say that precedence, Anne mentioned it, is a really big thing, and you have a really big responsibility in your hands, because it's not about whether or not we like this architecture or people have a right to have a ginormous home or not. It's about protecting the integrity of Laguna, and I think if you set a precedence, it's a dangerous road to travel on, to lose the special feel of Laguna. That's all. Thank you.
You have to tell us this mystery city that has
Oh,
council just,
Heights.
and they're
It's-
just like our council meetings. We take a lot of pride here in our.
I grew up going to council meetings with my parents. So yeah, it's kind of like a small town feel. It's on the border of LA and Orange County, horse
Yeah.
property, 1 acre minimums. You can't build there because you're going to block my view, a lot of that.
I'll have to watch some of their meetings. Thank you very much.
Did you
Okay,
get
thanks.
your meetings get out at 12:20 a.m.?
Oh, they would go late at night. Yeah. I was there as a kid with my parents, like, what are you guys arguing about? But our thing was building horse trails and preserving views and preserving, that's where the Haas avocado was developed and created. So we had to preserve those ranches and, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please, in support of the appeal.
Good evening. My name is Tori Minette. The proposed structure is 10,000 plus square feet. That's not an average Laguna Beach home. It sits amongst cottages and modest hillside homes, and dropping a structure this size into the middle of it changes the character of the block permanently. What's being proposed at the street is a 78-foot wide structure standing 78 feet above the sidewalk. You can't undo something like that once it's built. I'm not against the applicants improving their property and building something new, but the rules every other neighbor on the street built with should apply to them too. This project is well past the small structure exemption, and that exemption exists for a reason. This should not be streamlined like normal small exemptions. I also want to address the view corridor argument directly because I think it's being mischaracterized. We've heard that very few people actually see the ocean through South Laguna properties in between the houses. But anyone who has driven Coast Highway in the summer knows that isn't true. Traffic causes cars to sit bumper to bumper for blocks at a time along with the frequent signal stacking from 9th Street. And in exactly those moments, the gap through this property, the 45-foot existing, is where drivers and passengers can catch a quick view of the water. It's one of the small, unglamorous gifts of living in this town, a flash to the ocean instead of just thinking about traffic. That view belongs to the public. Once you put a 78-foot structure and a fence in front of it, it's gone and no future council can bring it back. A well-presented, oversized house is still an oversized house. Refinement doesn't change scale. Please uphold the appeal, deny the project as submitted, and send it back at a size that fits the neighborhood and provides a view for the public that is currently available. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None? Then we can, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you sneaking up on me.
My name is Alan Warren. A few years ago, I attended a number of meetings when there was a proposal of a scenic highways plan. Ann Christoph was one of the authors of it. And over time, they looked at the character of Laguna. They looked at the rights of people to develop their property and use their property. And they looked at some balance between the rights of the public, maintaining the history of the community, and the property rights of individuals to have use of their property. So they ended up proposing an ordinance to City Council. And I went to those meetings, and City Council adopted that scenic highways. It was adopted by City Council, and it was made part of the general plan. It appears, if you watch some of the design review meetings, that not everybody on design review is keeping in mind that that is part of the general plan. It seems to not be well known. So this lot, the two lots being purchased, the one on the highway and the one that was always below it that had the funicular. For years, I went to Thousand Steps Beach. I reviewed this proposal from the coast highway, from the ocean side, from the inland side, from the sand, from coming down 10th, where 10th hits coast highway. And the Laguna Beach general plan establishes that the public views will be maintained. That's the exact wording of the general plan. So the project as proposed is too high at Coast Highway. The original Spanish house with the funicular was down below, and you went around to get to it. And so there was a wider spot there. So what I'm asking is for council to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in support of the appeal? None? Okay, now we can go to the appellant presentation. 5 minutes, please. I mean applicant.
Good evening. You guys are amazing after last night and tonight. But anyway, we'll try to make it simple. I don't have anything to add. I think staff has done a masterful job of the analysis of the item by item appellant's assertions and refuted them. I did the same thing independent of the city, and coincidentally, they're very similar. You have that in your packet. One thing I do want to correct is the appellant keeps saying that this is a 10,000-foot project. It's not a 10,000-foot project unless you add all the floor areas, the deck areas, the pool areas, the garages, and so forth. Then you can exaggerate it to make it appear to be a 10,000 square foot house. The livable area of the house is 6,500 square feet. That's a big house. It's as big, if not bigger, than the adjacent homes. But this house is also set back from the bluff farther than the other homes. And if you look at the pattern of development, which is an important thing to consider here, all these houses, 5 houses on either side of us, we are the ones that's most set back toward the highway, about, I don't remember the exact numbers, 150 feet or 200 feet or so. But by combining the 2 lots and only having one, we can move the house as far toward the highway as we are. We're 35 to 41 feet from the bluff edge. And the house, I think somebody had a question about how high the house was. It's 7.5 feet above the sidewalk. The code is 15 feet. So we're eliminating the existing house, opening up that view for the public, over the top. And I mean, not just the public on the highway, but the public who lives above it. And the view coming down 10th Avenue, if you had to, 10th Street, if you had the opportunity to do that, you'll now look over the property and see Catalina, as long as all the adjacent vegetation is controlled. Thank you.
Thank you. Persons to speak in opposition of the appeal?
Good evening. Steve Chatham. Like Morris, I'm amazed that we're all still here after this many hours and 2 nights in a row, but I'll make my comments brief. I'm not going to address directly the staff report because, as Morris mentioned, I think they did a masterful job of addressing and refuting every one of the allegations in the appeal. I'm here because the person who wants to build a home here is a friend of mine, and we actually encouraged him for years to come to Laguna Beach, and he finally found a piece of property. We introduced him to Morris, said, here's the guy who's going to be able to give you something that you'll like and will be compatible with Laguna's aesthetic. But what really got me excited about the property is what they're going to be doing for marine safety. Restoring the funicular, restoring the steps, setting aside parking spaces along Coast Highway for emergency vehicles. Thousand Steps Beach is one of the most notorious beaches in town, as you all well know, for rescues, for crazy Instagrammers who go off and do silly things. And the fact that he's willing to do this to at no cost to the city, I think is a tremendous asset and a tremendous contribution to the city. So I would strongly encourage you to deny the appeal and let the project move forward. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers in opposition to the appeal? None? Okay, then we can have a rebuttal.
Thank you. In the packet, I put a picture of the old Spanish home that was removed. It sat on a 105-foot lot, so combining the lots really doesn't have any effect. You pushed everything back because of the current setbacks, and the Coastal Commission will probably push it even further back. So I'd like to summarize with the new development shall be subordinate to public's highway view, scenic highways view. The alternate site plan that you see in front of you here proves that you can build a large home here. And I think combined with everything, it's 6,000 square feet is what we're suggesting. And it could be, with all the other appurtenances, it would be 8,100 square feet. The project site is one of 5 views left in South Laguna. We protected it once before when we fought the previous Dimitri property that was being proposed for this. They had pushed it way down. They were 10 feet lower than what this project is, but they were pushed back. So what you do is you press it down, use the existing driveway, and you preserve the 105 feet by letting the house be lower. You have a 68-foot wide house, which is still wider than any other house on the whole bluff. The ones on Reina, and they're 60 feet. You should grandfather the existing driveway in and preserve the south 30-foot buffer that exists in that photograph. You can see there's 30 foot and it's 6.5 foot from the other side. The one elevation of 159 is the curb height, and that allows them to still do 3 levels all the way down. So remand it, please, to the DRB and conform to the city policies to protect the public without promoting the applicant approval and misleading staff reports that we've had to wade through. The old report for Shop Off was 12 pages. This one was 25, and the council one was 28 pages. It just got more and more verbiage on how to defeat the 9 policies that are in place. Thank you.
Brian, just a quick question. Can that policy that you referenced about development being subordinate, okay, what policy is that?
It's on the second page of the, it is both the policy from the Coastal Act, and the city adopted it and uses almost verbatim language. So it's the Coastal Act, section 30251, Public Resources Code, as incorporated by the City of Laguna Beach Coastal Land Use Plan, Technical Appendix 1984, section 2.8, Scenic Highway and Corridor Plan, new development in highly scenic areas shall be subordinate to the character of its setting. And then the other one that was presented in 2.9 and 3.10. There's 15 references on this second page of your package.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
None.
Thank
We're
you.
good for now. Thank you. Before I close the public testimony, does any council members have any questions of the applicant, public, or appellant?
I have a question for Morris. So Morris, as you're standing in front of the proposed project and then you look to the left, how wide is that view area there?
It's 13 feet. It's 13 feet on both sides. And currently, the view is anywhere, depending on where you measure it, 20 to, as Brian says, 45 feet if you want to measure it between the buildings. That building's coming down. The setback that we're required to have is 4 on one side and so much on the other side. But we're 13 on the Derek Peterson side and 13 on the Jackson side.
So there's a 4 foot on the left facing it. There's a 4 foot setback and there's 13 feet.
No, that's the code is 4. We're 13. 13 feet.
Okay, the code is 4, you're at 13.
Correct.
At this end, assuming the house is over here, how much room is there between that corridor and the house?
Talking about the south side or the north side?
The south side.
South side, 13 feet to the property line. And then to the next house. The next house is far and away and down. So
No, the building that you're proposing.
the building we're proposing is 13 feet from the property line. Am I answering what you're looking for?
The property line, 13 feet, and then where is the house right there?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was trying to.
It was 8 feet. Condition of approval by design review was to move it 5 feet further to create 13 feet.
Okay.
So we moved the whole building without compromising the driveway or the slope or the percentages and the not creating a variance for the driveway.
And the house is 7 feet above the street, right?
That's 7.5 above the sidewalk.
Above the sidewalk. Okay.
That's on average. That's in the center. At the north end, it's a little higher. At the south end, it's a little lower.
Any other questions? Staff, applicant, or the appellant?
Question for staff. Relative to the bluff, you showed us a slide there. Do we have any information with respect to the Coastal Commission's view as to where the bluff top is? Because on other properties that we've dealt with, it's substantially further up. So Anthony, do we know on this property where Coastal Commission views the bluff top edge to be?
Not that I specifically am aware of.
Okay. And then question for maybe either staff or the city attorney. I do think there's some, relevance of the Reyna property. So to this, my recollection is we ended up with something that was like about 4 feet or 5 feet above Coast Highway. My understanding is in light of the Coastal Commission action today, they've required that property, that house to be lowered as well. Is that correct?
Councilmember Whalen, I believe that's correct. I was watching the hearing and then our council meeting started, so I didn't actually see the very end. But my recollection from the staff report was that it was lowered. I thought they said 4 feet. While we continue to talk, we'll search the staff report and see if we can find it in there.
Correct, yeah, and I have it in front of me right now. It's one of the, and once again, I didn't watch the meeting. All I'm doing is reading the staff report. So I'll of course defer to Madam City Attorney, but it's structure shall not exceed 2 feet 11 inches above the existing curb fronting Coast Highway. However, above in that, it does appear that maybe the applicant was made aware of that and potentially agreed to it. But once again, it was 2 feet 11 inches.
Yeah, because I mean, my concern overall is, and this goes back, I've said this before, I don't like approving projects that we know are going to get hammered at coastal. And I just think we're walking into one here, unless we put this house lower down on the lot, something that's got minimal intrusion into, just in light of our policies, and the land use element stuff, and the open space element has got language in it as well. So I don't know how all that can be accomplished, but I'm not comfortable approving something that's 7+ feet above the highway. I just think we're, and I don't think it really does the applicant any favors either, because that Rena project has been at coastal for 2 years. And, if we approve it, it'll be the same thing. It'll be, sitting there. So, it's a beautiful design as always. Morris does beautiful work, but I think that the house needs to be lowered.
I don't know, did they say anything about the view corridor in that house? Because I remember this hearing pretty well. They didn't say anything about the view corridor.
We did try to carve out a view corridor. I'm not answering your question because I didn't watch the hearing, but I remember that specifically, that we tried to carve out a view corridor on the north side of the property. And we did lower the house. And I was concerned about it at the time for this very reason. And it did get appealed, and it wasn't lowered enough, evidently. So the view corridor that we established on actually both sides of the house were obviously not adequate.
Do you have something, Patrick?
For the Rena
Yeah.
property? Yeah, so, and once again, this is just the staff report. Like our staff reports, they're just recommendations. I'm not speaking for what the Coastal Commission ultimately did. It appears here that they wanted the creation of a 16-foot wide public view corridor on the northern side yard.
And would we say 13?
No, I think that one was.
We said 13 both sides.
Was it?
We expanded it on the north side. I remember
Yeah,
that.
we did.
Well, because we had more room on the north side.
Yeah.
Remember, then they were paying tribute to the Native American issues and whatnot. No, but that's what expanded.
I mean, I agree with you, Bob. I think, I don't think it's going to cause a problem for the applicant, of course, but I think we should lower it closer to whatever the Coastal Commission just did.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to cause problems for the applicant. I think it might ultimately help them.
No. I'm saying they'd have to do some work, but
Oh, yeah.
I'm not talking, no, I think it would help them in the long run. I also think they should keep the view corridor a little wider, like maybe 20 feet or something like that. And because that's a big house. It's a big house, and I think lower it and make like a 20-foot view corridor. I think that might help.
Can you approach the dais?
In this photo, you can see the photo as 30 foot on one side to the house, the previous house that was demolished, and 6.5 feet next to the Jackson residence on the north side. So the bluff top, as we walk down the staircase to the edge to look at the view, where that wall is and that large retaining wall on the previous residence is the bluff top setback for the Coastal Commission. So it's at least 10 foot behind the city's designation bluff top setback, not even the bluff top itself. The 25-foot setback is still 10 feet forward of that. So anything they do to push the house down and back into the hill, by putting a driveway in front of the property, it just pushes everything further. So I think if they come back for redesign, they ought to reconsider pushing that out that far. They're going to be asked to push by coastal at least 10 foot more than what they have now, because that's what the staff geologist for the Coastal Commission established the line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
And
other
that-
questions
and that-
for
and that
Brian?
Part of the bluff top is undisturbed, the bluff face all the way to that line. That's why they determined that was the edge.
Okay, thank you.
Seems like, I mean, and again, it's not my property. I'm not the applicant, but if I were the applicant, I think that the easiest way to get through coastal in the fastest amount of time would be to just look at the methodology and that the staff report and watch the Coastal Commission meeting from today and then take that to coastal and say, look, or take it back, come back to us, or if we remand it to DRB, and just apply that same methodology, and then that seems like that would be the best way for dealing with coastal. But again, it's not my property. I'm not the applicant, and so I'm open to hearing what my colleagues think, and if a remand would be better based on it sounds like where the discussion's going, or if we just have it come back to us. I think the fact that the staff report, the hearing was today, I think that kind of is a relevant fact for all of this.
Yeah, and I agree. And again, I am hesitant to send anything out that's going to end up going to Coastal Commission and getting shut down. I'm really trying to improve our relationship with Coastal. Is in our best interest. So what would you like to comment on any of this, Morris?
Well, I'm not familiar with the project you're discussing. Is it the one next door to Shop Offs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it's 16 on one side, but it's way less than that on the south side. Can you look at that?
The view corridor for which I posited was just on the northern side. I did not even, to my understanding, reading the staff report, didn't even talk about the southern.
And it's just on the north side because it was the widening of the house. Horst was the architect, I believe. And the neighbor directly across the street had argued that to push the house further away to open up the 16-foot wide corridor. So.
But it now is 2 feet 11 inches apparently above the
And
sidewalk.
I don't know how they've done that. That's a property that's sandwiched in between two other properties, and it is at the West Street signal. So there is a big view there at West Street, the Shop Off property, and this property is right next door. So that's more akin to the Wesley Drive South Montage view over that property. And that's why it was further enhanced, I think, by lowering it or widening it or whatever they ended up doing. So I'm not clear what you're asking for, what you're thinking that would be supportive. We're creating corridors that don't exist at the moment. The vegetation on the north side, there is no view. There is no view over a 17-foot high existing residence that we're tearing down. We're 7.5 feet. Could we be lower? We can't be, without redesigning the whole house, we can't be to the curb. I mean, that's creating a view that never existed. Could we lower it 2 to 3 feet? We could look at that and get it from 7.5 feet to 4.5 feet, but I have to study that to make sure that I don't compromise the driveway and the steepness and end up with a variance. I mean, it's at 14% now, which is, even though it's code, it's steep. 14% is steep. So maybe we could just get some dialogue here about what you're talking about, which would result in a continuance, or it could result in an approval tonight, which we're going to risk going through to the Coastal Commission anyway, because the one that was just appealed at south of us by three lots. That's Steve Kaufman, our counsel, was here. He represented them. I think that's going to result in litigation because it's clearly a taking when they opine that the topography is such that it removes any development potential for the site. So that's crazy, but that's where they landed. And so it's going to be an expensive long-term involvement. We'd like not to do that. We hope we can come up with a compromise with you. And if we have to do the same thing or something similar at Coastal, we'll do it.
You don't think that there's an opportunity that you could avoid going to Coastal at all? If you don't get an appeal from the neighbors, then you
Well,
can go to Coastal.
Coastal could appeal it
Yeah.
with a NOFA sent out, but I met with Brian. He just basically said, if you don't redesign the house, I'm going to appeal it and take it all the way to the Coastal Commission. And I said, you have a right to do that. I'm not going to tell you what to do or what not to do. But the public view he's talking about, let's be honest, it's his private view from his house. If he didn't live there, he wouldn't be arguing this. And he's trying to take a private view, call it a public view, and argue a case. Thank you.
No, it's okay. So hold on, Morris. So a couple of the comments that were made up here, I'll just tell you what I recall, and then my other council members can talk about what they came out of their own mouth, was just the avoidance and not sending something to Coastal that we're going to regret, right? That we know that's going to lose. That was one of the comments. We talked about the other property next to the shop-offs that was obviously a determining or a being considered as we make our decisions. If I looked at the property and if I look at the existing structure that's there now to the right, to the north, and then what's that view corridor that goes from that property to the property line to the south? Do you know what that distance is
The
now?
existing building that we're removing,
It's 45 feet?
roughly 40, yeah, about 45 feet, I would guess. I wouldn't argue that.
So if I would consider that the existing view corridor.
Okay. And what we're providing is 26 feet. And we're looking over a property that you couldn't look over before. So that the existing building is about 40 feet wide and we're removing it. So to me, that counts. If the house was lower, you'd look over it even more so. If you're in a car, and your head is this high, and you're whizzing by there, trying to beat the 9th Street signal, you're probably not looking down that driveway or over the house.
Well, and I'm not concerned about the view from the Menace house. I am talking about the view from the highway. We do have a scenic highway, and I am concerned about that. And I do appreciate the views, even though they're here and there as we drive down the Coast Highway, but I do appreciate them, and I think others do as well. They just periodically come up.
Yeah, at 45 feet, we have then, it's a 105-foot wide lot. So what are we, 60 feet of obstruction at the moment. And we're suggesting we're not going to have any obstruction. From a car, yes, because the house is 7.5 feet. If the house were 4.5 feet or 4 feet, you'd probably look over the whole house. And with some refinements, we might be able to go from 7.5 feet to 4.5 feet, but I can't make that commitment on the fly here because I need to study it. I don't want to make with Jeff, our design architect that I'm collaborating with, we'd have to look at this together.
So would you rather come back here or back to DR? If you had
we'd come back here. Since we've got this, design review liked what we did 4-0 and would have been 5-0 had the fifth member been present. But it was a major project that we were approved in one hearing, which I thought it was also masterful. And I thought they did an incredible job.
So do you think it's worth the effort to take a look at this latest appeal at Coastal, evaluate some of the comments that have been made up here? Maybe there's some additional comments as well.
Okay.
And then come back to us?
Yes.
So let's, in a moment, let us just finish. Morris, hold on.
I think the city attorney has something she'd like to say.
I think, Mr. Mayor, you can certainly do that. I would just, when the project comes back under our code, if under the design review criteria, we'll be looking for more restrictive conditions to impose and not new plans, because that will create, under our code as it is today, a need for us to go back to DRB. So I think, Morris, when you're working, just keep that in mind, that we're looking for conditions we could impose on your current design to make it more restrictive to implement as opposed to a new set of plans.
So something, for example, if we were lowering the building for 2 feet, that wouldn't be a redesign, it would be a condition.
Exactly.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm not sure yet, Maura, so bear with me.
Thank you.
I think that what we're trying to get to is a project. I will. I think what we're trying to get to is a project that Coastal can support as well, or Coastal can support with minimal changes, both from a time perspective, but also from a city governance perspective, to make sure that our relationship with Coastal continues to improve. So if I'm understanding, and I'm just trying to kind of synopsize what I'm hearing up here, Coastal made a rather relevant decision today by understanding the thought process and the calculations that went into that decision. There's an opportunity for you and your client to look at some more restrictive conditions that will make it easy for us to approve and increase the likelihood of a successful project at Coastal. Okay, that sounds very helpful. Okay.
Callie, the one thing that I don't know the parameters and the conditions of how and what Coastal looked at when they asked that the Rainer project, if that's the name, to revise it. So whether our conditions are exactly the same or not, I don't think so, but maybe similar compromises.
Yeah, I would assume that they wouldn't be exactly the same, but they would be informed by what you're seeing Coastal's priorities and limitations, methodology. That's a good word.
And as Anthony said, the issue of bluff top seems to still be fluid with Coastal, and the interpretations up and down the coast are being problematic and site by site specific, and we're having difficulty with that.
Okay.
On all projects, not just this one.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Morris.
Brian?
Yeah, in the spirit of compromise, we're not looking to hold it. If the rest of the property comes down, the property comes to the curb level, which is what the other two projects are being approached, that we would be willing to go down to 30 feet on the south side and 6.5 on the north. That gives the building envelope of 68 feet wide. Right now it's 78. That's still 10 feet wider than any house, and most of the houses are only 25 to 28 feet wide in that neighborhood. So to be neighborhood compatible, I think the going to 68 feet wide, which is the same as the old house that was on the property, I think the aerial photo for that is kind of the best guide of work within that envelope and shrink it to 30 feet. We're not asking you to do both, the 45 and the level condition. We're saying 30 feet for the buffer for the Peterson residents. That's still a lot closer, but because you're lower, they won't be feeling like a fishbowl. And the other aspect is, I don't think any of this, marine safety access on this side and development on the slope will ever be improved in any case. I think it's just a bargaining chip that try and get the city interested in getting it approved. So I think you're just wasting your time trying to get a funicular and a new staircase within the coastal. They will never buy off on it. You go to the original slide that the city community development director, he showed that slide going all the way down the slope. Just let the owner keep the funicular and just maintenance it and keep the staircase on there, and don't try and go into that, because the city will be opening the thing to certain doom to try and do any construction. They've got 14-foot retaining walls within the city's designated city bluff top. Not only that, they've added another wall at the bottom in the bluff face. Right now, the funicular goes right into the sand. There's no extra walls at the bottom. So I think everybody likes the funiculars. I liked them. So take that element out. It's not an aspect the city's going to gain anything about a speedier rescue. The rescues by the fire department told us that they would not use a combination of stairs and funicular because they don't push gurneys upstairs. They'd use a Stairmaster or they helicopter it out. So it's not going to speed anything up. It's just a duplication 3 lots away from the existing staircase. And you have room to widen that staircase if you need to.
Well, let me ask you a question. So we were talking about the view and the scenic highway. Are you saying that the vernacular has an impact on you that would?
It's not on me. No, I like the existing funicular, but the new funicular is 18 feet taller. It goes right up to the dining room, living room, and kitchen of the Peterson house next door, which is a substantial Chris Abel house that's on the market right now for $10 million or $9 million. So you bring a funicular up the slope, you don't think that triggers CEQA, you don't know anything about development. CEQA will not, and Coastal Commission will not let you build anything within a slope. Through many people I've talked to, architects, Steve Coratani says it's not a chance in heck to get any new construction on a bluff face. So take that element out. There's nothing to be gained by having a marine safety easement over there.
Thank you.
So I don't know if it's gonna, there's some, I don't think we called Morris back up, did we?
Well,
I was just going to say that if you want
ask if he had something
you'd
to
like
say
to
about the
continue,
vernacular.
it's for us to consider some options. What Brian's talking about is a redesign. We're not here to redesign the project, and we won't redesign the project. So we can make some reductions, as Megan suggested, that may end up in a compromise that I think you hopefully would be able to consider. The statements he's making about the funicular are all false. The funicular doesn't go into the sand. It is 18 feet tall. We've talked to Marine Safety. They want the stairs and the funicular because they have multiple people that on an extraction, it's not just the funicular because the funicular can only hold 4 people. And so the stairs act as a supplement. So I've interacted with Kai Bond on this and gotten his input right from the source. So it's not something I'm just making up. So if you're willing to continue us to a date certain, then give us some time to look at it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, but no other questions. I think we should continue it to a date certain. I think my comment back to staff would be, with respect, not just to this project, but to other projects, I don't know, I won't speak for my fellow council members, projects that we think, that staff thinks are truly going to be defensible at Coastal, because it just doesn't do the community any good. We had that Mike Gray project pending for years at Coastal, sitting there, as an eyesore at the top of the stairs. So I do get concerned about, about projects that that staff isn't looking closely enough through the coastal lens. You may be looking through our lens and what our code talks about, but I think an overlay to that is, we have a history with coastal. We have a history with coastal on various sites, and I want to make sure that we're being sensitive to that. I would hope the funicular would get through for public safety reasons. I share Brian's skepticism that with that development, the new development down the slope, that is ever going to get approved. But, and it has, it was only there because of a variance, or the DR granted a variance for it. But anyway, we ought to learn from the recent ruling. We ought to learn from past experience, and then whenever revisions come back, I hope staff has looked at it through that lens in terms of advising us.
So I agree with that. So in essence, I do want to avoid going to coastal, but I also want to be respectful of the scenic highway and the general plan. So I think that it's one and the same, actually. Sue?
No, I agree with Bob. I mean, there's no reason to send a project over and it sits there for 2.5 years. I mean, that doesn't do anybody any good. And then we have to get back involved in because there's an appeal and we have to get in there and testify and all that. So I think we should, take the learnings and apply them to the project.
So are we ready to make a motion? I think we have provided clear enough direction to Morris in terms of what we're hoping he will look at.
Well, we can do that as soon as I close the public hearing.
Sorry.
Well, we're going to leave the public hearing open because we're going to continue. You were so close. So good.
He was right if he didn't say anything.
We're going to leave it open and then continue it to a date certain, which I don't exactly know how much time we think we would need.
I have a recommendation just based on our staff report lead times. I would recommend a continuance to August 4th. That probably gives us about a month to work with the applicant on those revised plans and then turn our attention to the staff analysis and producing the staff report.
And I do want to thank you again, Anthony, for taking on this project when the planner got sick. The Coastal Commission is also very unpredictable, and so the fact that we have this staff report that just came out, I think is a relevant factor of that gives us more insights than we would have had several months ago about this project. So
Yeah.
I think that's an important fact. But appreciate all the work that you do, Anthony.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you, Anthony.
So I'd move that we leave the public hearing open and continue this to August 4th.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Meeting adjourned. See,